What you think about when you're born into a fire? Let them burn it out. Sell them to the richest buyer. They wanna let the world decay. They tell us lies and fade away, fade away. We feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway. Listen up.
Greetings, chat. Welcome.
Because we're never dropping out. Beat the odds, beat the big house.
I hope we are all doing wonderful. Welcome, welcome. Dude, aren't you so glad I'm not also streaming about Destiny? Let's go. I got fired today. I'm very sorry about that, Axis. I hope you're good. Dude, you guys see? Turkey Tom was announced in a shooter's manifesto today. Listen, guys, if you commit a crime, make sure it's a little more interesting, okay? The whole, like, race-baiting neo-Nazi stuff is getting kind of old. That, like, just happened on Twitter. I'll give a quick take on the Destiny stuff. Welcome. All right, guys, what is going on? Dude, I was on Twitter today, yeah, and I saw this whole stuff about the next school shooting. You know, hearts go out to everybody that was affected by that and shit. But I do want to say, apparently the shooter was black and a neo-Nazi. Yet again, continue the tradition of much browner than I remember white race savior. Not that I should be making fun of the situation, but you know, I listen, man, I use comedy, okay? I use comedy, and I just think it's really funny that was that case again. Yeah, but basically the shooter's manifesto was just saying, but how is Tom mentioned? Yeah, so the shooter's manifesto, I'll pull it up on stream. Hold on. Nick Diorio quote tweeted like the little part that mentioned Tom. Dude, you can't even escape DEI in the racism sector, man. There. Hi. Let's, why isn't my camera up? Oh, yeah, that's right. I took it down because of last stream. Yeah, I need to keep the room warm in here. It's like fucking 3 degrees outside and like snowy and shit. So like it's bad out, right?
Corny manifesto name Corny Manifesto in itself defo a fake cell.
Definitely a fake cell. Yeah, so yeah, apparently this is a this is a meme manifesto. It's not to be taken seriously, and that the manifesto itself is compromised. It can be edited by any reader. Okay, so apparently anybody can edit the manifesto. And that's why. This is like the second time. This is like the second time this has happened where somebody can go in and edit the manifesto. No, the manifesto is real. Turkey Tom did this. Quick, put Diesel in the manifesto. Do not add me to the manifesto. Do not add me to that. Chris, though, if Chris and Ark ends up in it, I'm not going to be. I'm joking. Don't do it. But yeah, I thought this was a really funny collection of content creators to blame, right? It's like you got Candace Owens, Ethan Ralph, Nick Fuentes, Turkey Tom, Ruben Sim, Mr. Beast. I don't even know who Cops and Talks is, by the way. What was there originally versus what was added? This is an 800 sub YouTuber. I was like thinking, like, what if the news did cover this, right? And they just ran it like this was what's actually in there, right? Yeah, Hassan Parker is really funny. But I could totally see somebody saying, oh, you know, all these games teaching people to shoot, like CSGO, cry out of fear, which is not even how the name is spelled. My favorite chair streamer, Hassan Parker. Dude, with this Destiny stuff, Hassan must be like living the dream, right? It's like everything he ever prayed for has come true, you know, the downfall of the biggest thorn in his side ever. I did see a clip of Hassan saying it was like some sex cult shit, and I don't want to be that guy, but are we gonna? I'd hate to pull out the glass houses argument, but like, are you kidding me? Yeah, the monkey's paw will curl for Hassan. I know, exactly. And also, Hassan's not fucked his orbiters? Hassan's not fucked his orbiters? Really? Really, Hassan's not fucked his orbiters? I find that very, very doubtful, okay? I find that very doubtful. You don't get to look as good as Hassan does and not fuck the smaller streamers who orbit you, okay? Like, there's always this discourse around like creators sleeping with fans and stuff like that. But like when I think about like rock stars and celebrities, you know, they'd be fucking their fans all the time. You're telling me YouTubers aren't doing that? You're telling me streamers aren't doing that? Come on. You know, like that's a lot of what happened with Destiny, right? But you guys are here for Jar. I know you're here for Jar. You're not here for Destiny. Okay. Something Dan Game Grumps hookup drama. Yeah. I know Hassan's got a thirsty chat. I know he does, but I am telling you this. He has definitely been approached and had some outrageous one-night stands at TwitchCon, and I refuse to believe otherwise. Okay. Boss, leave me out of this. Hey, Diesel, you fix your mic audio so you're not quiet. It's literally the same thing. You know what I did? I took it from being... So, like, on OBS, there is yellow, right? And that's when it's getting close to peaking. So now I've just let my mic peak. So some of you motherfuckers are just like... This is too loud for you now. So I put it up louder for all the geriatrics that listen to their audio or all their Spotify at max volume. You know why you can't hear? You know why you can't? Because you keep playing your music too loud. Turn the music down. Listen to the birds, motherfucker. Peak harder. But yeah. So as we all know, I did like an emergency stream recently on Jar where I where I decided to just I wanted to just complain about Jar. I basically just wanted 4 hours to complain about Jar. Okay. But obviously this comes with the caveat of like if I am going to sit down and look at Jar and do like a an editorial piece on him, I should look at his content. So here's one of his other channels. I think this is really interesting. For one particular reason, we'll actually watch some of those like videos on like villains and stuff like that in a minute. Don't worry, I've also that's right, chat. We're going to race discourse today. Right? But I thought this was really interesting where Jar leaves for 4 months, but in that time of leaving, Jar has been slowly cooking on what I can only say is like a fucking death battles channel. Right? And okay, I don't know if you guys have participated in the power scaling community, but like imagine if like your autistic fixation was Dragon Ball and power levels from that show. Okay? And yes, his main channel did get hacked a few days ago. I'll pull that up for you. Why am I'm being sent? I just finished watching Arcane with Hal, chat, and she's really obsessed with the idea of like of Jason Victor. Hold on, it's in here somewhere. Fuck. See, it's been like 3 days now of like Destiny non-stop, so I can't find it anymore. But yeah, Jar's channel got hacked. He got fuck. I'll just pull it up. I'll pull it up. I know. Pull up the tweet that Chris had. Okay. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, chatter. You say that like she's alone on that. Yeah, but I hang out with her like more than you. So I get a lot of it, you know? By the way, okay, I know this is another derailment, but just to get through that really quickly, I found out recently that this guy in like I found out that this guy in this like meme edit like fucking went to the McDonald's drive-thru or whatever with his pants down. Okay, like literally jorking it, and then like pulled into a fucking CVS parking lot and killed himself. And I was like, well, I didn't know that. Like, I didn't know this meme ended with the guy like blowing his brains out after showing his penis to a stranger. It was like, why was that? I didn't know that was part of the story. I thought it was just like a guy like jerking off through a drive-thru. But apparently that was like the last moments he spent on Earth were jerking off and ruining some other person's day. Fuck, I went too far back. Here we go. He was scared that he'll get canceled on Twitter. There's no way that he killed himself for that. I refuse to believe that. If the fear of Twitter is what finally put him over the edge, okay, first of all, there's no reason that you should be jerking off when participating in public-facing society. Okay? Right? But Jar was so let me tell you how these things work, chat. Okay? So this so what happens is that you get an email to your YouTube email, right? It's a phishing email. And that phishing email is like, you need to sign into YouTube. Your account is in danger. And so Jar clicked on the link and signed in, and that gave a bunch of XRP Ripple crypto hustlers access to his account. And so he fucked up and he got his account hacked. Right? So he got his account hacked. Oopsie daisy. I can't imagine what cocktail of issues he had to do that. But yeah, those emails are pretty common. So if it happens to you, always make sure to double check the email and where it came from and all that stuff. so that way you don't get hacked. One of the things that Jar mentioned in his response video was this channel called We Are Not Alive, doing a video essay on his take on female villains. Yeah. So I decided to go take a look at it. Also, I will say I do find it a little funny that the video is advertising the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund and UNICEF on it. It just feels like when we're talking about cartoon discourse that really shouldn't enter the discussion, but maybe it goes there. It just feels a little out of place for where it is. Imagine not having 2FA. Yeah, I know. Like, come on. But we're going to take a look. We're going to look at Jar's media criticism, a bunch of his other stuff. For those of you that are unfamiliar, I have a film degree. I teach film. I explain how to make stories to people. That's something I do in my regular everyday life. Okay, I touch grass. I'm teaching again soon, all that stuff. Right? So we're going to find out what Jar's take is, and then we'll see whether or not he's valid or not. Okay, it's only 15 minutes. We'll be able to get through it. Jar felt that this was worth mentioning in his exposed video recently. So it must be pretty outrageous if he feels he's being unjustly crucified for whatever this take is.
Thinking you could defeat me, the mistress of all evil.
Life's full of tough choices, isn't it?
It is with great reluctance that I have agreed to this calling.
So, okay, another thing, this is, first of all, this start to this video is really long, but whatever. I mean, that's like pretentious opening mood setting. Yeah, yeah. Also, Jar has people edit his videos all the time, so I don't know how it takes him I don't know. His output of content does not equate to him having somebody on staff, personally.
Need someone to hate to fill that void. In a similar way to not having love in your life, making you feel like you have a void within your soul. Not having anyone to hate or fight against can also make you feel empty and hollow inside. And that is why we love villains. But when it comes to representation for certain groups of people, or giving a villain their own solo movie, things...
Why does... Okay. Oh boy. All right. We'll just... Hold on. We'll just get through it.
This can sometimes get controversial. Look no further than all the controversy surrounding the Joker movie starring Joaquin Phoenix.
Dude, okay, with Joker of Foi Le Deux being nominated for a Razzie this year, I don't understand all the mass hysteria around Joker, right? I know I lived it, I experienced it when it came out, but the fact that we had it is insane. Because I watched a Joker, and if you take away that it's like some incel movie, I've never seen so much of mass media journalism misinterpret the themes of a film in such a long time, you know?
But we're not here to talk about male villains, we're here to talk about female villains.
It was not a McDonald's, it was a place called Bikini Beans Coffee. It happened very near my job's office. But yes, he was yorking it to the ladies in the cafe. One of them confronted him in that video.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I mean, with a name like Bikini Beans, you know, I mean, you really just, I guess you got to look on, Yelp to see if you can really jerk off in there or not. He should have gone to the Hooters down the street.
And how they've kind of gone down in recent years. But before we talk about the bad female villains of the modern times, we need to talk about what a good female villain is. I decided to tweet out what people thought a good female villain was, and unsurprisingly, most of them picked Azula from Avatar The Last...
Well, this is another, irritation moment. And I think it's just because your media diet, right, is determined a lot by who you interact with, I think. I know mine is, right? My media diet, I've experienced a lot more musicals since hanging out with the ladies. But I feel like a lot of the ACC and cartoon community that Jar orbits almost ignore most film media and seem to associate primarily with children's cartoons, which is not to say that Avatar: The Last Airbender isn't a good show. It is. It's an amazing show. I think the world building in that show is phenomenal, and I think it's some of the best like world building you're going to experience in a show aimed primarily at a younger demographic. But like the fact that it's like the de facto go-to all the time is like really outrageous.
Last Airbender. I think most people would agree with me that Azula is the best villain in all of Avatar. Zuko is a bit whiny.
I mean, she is. Ultimately, she's the most fleshed out villain in the series, which is why she's so interesting and entertaining. There's like layers to her and there's arcs that you go through with her, right? It's not just that she is evil. She's like a manipulative sociopath and you understand why. And that makes the conflicts that she gets into with other characters like Zuko more interesting because of those interactions she has, right? And that's really what you do if you want to make like a multi-dimensional villain. But you can have a villain that's just like an absolute shitter, right? Like you don't need to have a villain who's like really complicated and complex like Azula to make her interesting.
When he was a villain, and he's more of an anti-hero, plus he gets reformed and becomes one of the heroes. Combustion Man, aka Sparky Boom Man, is just an intimidating henchman. And the Fire Lord is mysterious for the most part, but once he gets revealed, he's just a dictator who wants to watch the world burn. Not really the most complex of characters. Korra has a ton of different villains, and a lot of them are pretty damn good, but none of them hold a blue candle to Azula. Azula is the only character in the entire series.
What the guy who's like the anti-bender guy, that is probably one of my favorites from the series because it presents a really good philosophical question for the series. I'd say he'd probably, if he spent more time as a character in a show, because I know he was like a season 1 thing only, I'd say he probably would have. I think you could have based the entire show around that conflict personally.
Who can use blue fire, which is about twice as hot as normal fire. She fucking one-shot Aang while he was in the Avatar state. She's smart, calculating, beautiful, and funny.
I don't think it's like his media, like his way of communicating media is like so surface level. It's like Azula's pretty and smart. It's like, yeah, she's all those things, but that's not what makes the character interesting. What makes the character interesting is what the character does. Like, she could be like the smartest, most prettiest girl in the fucking school, but if she doesn't do anything with it, nobody gives a fuck. It's less about what the character is and more about how they operate throughout the series that makes them interesting, okay? Like, Cersei, I'm going to pull from Game of Thrones a lot because it's a really common cultural sticking point that we could use to have a conversation about this, right? But Cersei is like another example of someone who's a lot like Azula, okay? But Cersei being a pretty woman in like the Lannister family is not what makes Cersei an interesting person, okay?
Wait, hang on, let me look up their age here.
How you you can't do that, Jar. You can't do that. Why are you bringing attention to it, Jar?
Holy shit, she's only 14. Yep, she's more powerful than Zuko, and she's the younger sibling. But probably the best part about Azula...
Yes, that's part of why Zuko doesn't like her so much, right? It makes her an interesting character because of the conflict.
...is despite being one of the most powerful characters in the entire Avatar series, she's way more dangerous when she doesn't use her powers. She's so manipulative, and has little to no empathy at all. Even during the eclipse when she had no powers, she was able to manipulate Sokka, the smartest person on Team Avatar, giving her just enough time to get her powers back. She is definitely one of, if not the greatest female villain of all time. And you would think that a lot of writers would try to take some tips from her on how to make good female villains.
Yes, but actually...
Yeah, but like you haven't even explained what makes her interesting as a character, right? Because that's what makes her a good villain, okay? You've just like explained like her very surface level attributes as a character.
But unfortunately, a few years after Azula, a lot of female villains started going really downhill. So
I
now
can't wait to see some of his examples.
Talk about a female villain who really isn't all that great. Evil Lyn from Masters of the Universe Revelation.
All right, I won't even be able to comment on this because I don't think anybody watched that show. I don't even think there were kids who watched that show. What kind of media is that? Who is that for? Is the demographic like 40-year-old men? Is this the Kevin Smith one? Greg, you're not selling me on it.
I already went over her a little bit in my video. Why is there so much wokeness in shows nowadays?
Oh my god. Guys, listen, if I'm watching, okay, listen, just general, my experience with Masters of the Universe is like through cultural osmosis. But if I am watching a Masters of the Universe TV show, I am not looking for in-depth, like, multi-dimensional characters, okay? I want to see the heroes fight the villains, and the villains have dastardly schemes, okay? Like in Transformers, the original series, Megatron is an asshole, and the Decepticons are all two-timing bastards who suck, okay? And the biggest two-timing asshole of them all is Starscream. None of them are any more complicated than that, but that's all they need to be for that show.
So if you want more information, go check out that video. But to be fair, Evil Lynn is not that terrible of a character. Hang on, let me explain.
Mà chửi thề con cặc đồ mày nói chuyện vô dân quá.
In the first season, she started out as a villain, but then after Skeletor died, she kind of lost her purpose and started being reformed. But at the end of the season, it was revealed that Skeletor wasn't dead.
So that was a fucking lie.
And when season 2 starts, she joins Skeletor, throwing out all her character development out the window in the process. Also, her and Skeletor have an abusive relationship.
She joined Skeletor because she's evil. Did anybody watch this? Did anybody watch this show? I've never heard of this show in my entire life. I know there was a Thundercats revival in the mid-2000s, and it was like an action show. And then a little while later, there was like a Thundercats reboot, but it was like Steven Universe pilled. And I've seen that, but I didn't know Masters of the Universe had a reboot, period. I didn't know that happened. I haven't heard about this happening. It was kind of ass. Okay. I mean, her name is Evil Lynn. Yeah, I know. I don't need her to... Listen, she just needs to twirl her mustache and be an asshole.
Which wasn't a thing in the original He-Man.
So that was a fucking lie.
I guess the writers just wanted to turn her into Harley Quinn, but without the insanity, which was one of the most fun aspects about Harley Quinn. But then she...
I mean, like, Harley Quinn being... I'm sorry, but I think that might be a misunderstanding of what makes Harley Quinn so interesting. Really. I mean, I know I'm being very pedantic in that, but, like... Harley Quinn's a really complicated character, which is why people like her. Has she been Flanderized quite a bit lately? I would say so. But if we're talking about Harley Quinn in like the animated series and her some of her earlier comic runs, like her entire dynamic with the Joker is the most interesting part for a lot of her character's runtime. Like like there's so much going on with Harley Quinn that like just debasing her to her relationship with Joker is kind of missing the point. And also by the way, the fact that most Batman media just places her around that is also a failure to deal with the character well, personally.
Feminine charm to get Skeletor to drop his guard, turning herself into a character from Baki, I mean a master of the universe. And because there's no order to the universe and God is dead, she decides she's going to destroy the universe. But not before destroying fucking heaven. But after a battle with Teela, she decides she doesn't want to be a villain anymore and gets reformed again.
Oh shit, here we go again.
And her punishment for destroying fucking heaven, causing a war, which probably killed several more thousand people.
Also, she tried to destroy the entire fucking universe.
She's only banished, which is basically the medieval version of getting canceled.
Do you like this? Do you like this? Well, no more.
Oh yeah, they also gave her this backstory where she was poor and her parents tried to eat her. I guess it's supposed to make her seem sympathetic, but this backstory just seemed to come out of nowhere.
Literally everybody in the chat is like telling me the show is bad anyway. Like, is he doing like the coughing baby versus hydrogen bomb of media literacy here? Like, should he be taking like a different female villain from like kids media or something? Like, should there be like a different one that he's using over Evil Lynn? Because like I'm just seeing like the bare bones what you'd expect. Bad character from a bad show. Womp womp.
Now here's the thing, if you just made one change, it would completely fix her character. Just don't have Evil Lynn become a master of the universe and try to destroy the entire universe.
But she's evil. Her evil's in her name. She just is evil for evil's sake. Oh my god.
What are you, fucking stupid?
If Skeletor was the main villain and all the heroes were trying to stop him, and towards the end Evil Lynn decides to turn against him and join the heroes, it would fix everything. But they decided to make her the villain, but then they decided to not make her the villain. It's a really confusing writing choice. And that right there explains the biggest problem with modern female villains, and that's not—
Are you aware of the upcoming Harley Quinn fart comic? I am aware of it. I have been blessed with that knowledge, okay? I never get comparing all villains to say if it's good versus a good or bad writing rather than compelling writing in its own right. Like, all villains for different stories are different, so how do you compare? That's a really good point. I mean, ultimately, it is like a micro debate of like talking about compelling writing. But when people don't understand what does or doesn't make writing interesting for a person, it ends up becoming like this weird, like, arguing about these really surface level things. Like, oh, Azula is a master manipulator who always does things that are interesting. And it's like, okay, well, that's not why Azula is so interesting in the show. She could be a bad character in another show. You know, what makes Azula interesting is the writing, right? And then Evil Lynn falls flat, I guess, because the writing is shit, is what I'm hearing from you guys, because I haven't fucking watched the show.
not actually having them be the villain. Like the Disney movie Maleficent, whose name literally means to wish evil on others.
Yeah, and Evil Lynn's name is Evil, and she tries to become good and then becomes evil again because her name is the word evil.
And many people actually rate Maleficent as the most evil character in all of Disney. She wasn't exactly the most complex three-dimensional character. Hell, she only cast a spell on the princess because she wasn't invited to a party. Wow, what a bitch. When I saw the trailer for this movie, I thought to myself, oh, they're gonna talk about Maleficent's origin story, and they're gonna make her—
JK rolling level naming. What's someone on stream recently was talking about the Chinese character in Harry Potter. His name is like Cho Chang or something. Is that real? Is the character's name like Cho Chang?
Seems somewhat sympathetic. But no, they didn't do that. Okay, well, technically they did that, but
It was
they also
Nick, okay,
rewritten,
yeah.
like 90% of the story. She was only evil because of the actions of a man, of course. And she's evil for a little bit, but then she stops being evil. Basically, she's no longer a villain. I guess you could say she was just evil for the sake of being evil, and that made her a boring character. But now they just have the king being evil just for the sake of being evil. This character is really boring. Let's make them more complex by adding another boring character. Like, I know what they were trying to do. They were trying to do what they did with Wicked, but it just doesn't work with Maleficent in the same way it worked with the Wicked Witch. I think if they just had her be evil towards the end, but still somewhat sympathetic and where you can understand where she—
Listen, we can have characters that are just shit people who are bad. We don't need to sympathy bait everybody, okay? Oh my god. All these things can work. There is not an objective way to write villains. There is a way to write characters interesting and not. Being a good writer determines whether or not the writing can be good.
coming from, the movie would have done so much better.
Like that's ever gonna happen.
Like, take the Joker. We sympathized with him. A lot of people related to his character. But
no, you're misinterpreting the movie too! You're not supposed to sympathize with his actions. God damn it! You're doing the same thing mainstream media did. The reason people sympathize with the Joker is because the Joker is positing the question that society, right? Society doesn't look out for each other, and as a result of that, people fall through the cracks of the system and don't get the help they need, and ultimately can become bad people because the rest of the world, the Joker is a reflection of the world, right? That is what he is. He's like a mirror. He's putting back at Gotham the energy Gotham is putting in towards him, right? When Joker talks about like a mentally ill loner who society treats him like shit, you're not supposed to go, yeah, Joker is so based for that, right? You're supposed to be like, oh shit, like I need to be kind to others and look out for the common man, because when I ignore people and just lower them down to their baser characteristics, I'm unjustly crucifying and being mean to people. This really goes to show you why it's important to be kind to others and actually put some goodness out into the world. You don't understand this, little women be shopping. That's why the sequel pissed everyone off. Like, obviously, the people on the talk show who are making fun of the Joker are terrible, terrible people. Okay, right? And obviously, we don't feel bad for them when they die. You're not supposed to, right? You're not supposed to. But you're not supposed to relate to the Joker. The Joker is a cautionary tale, okay, about how society will ignore the mentally ill.
At the end of the day, he was still fucking evil. Like, imagine if the movie ended with Arthur saving Bruce Wayne from the guy who shot his parents and he was the one to train Batman. Okay, in a way that sounds fucking awesome, but it's stupid.
And I really like Joker, right? I really like Joker. I think Joker is a great film. I think if you haven't watched The Joker, right, you should. Because I think it has a really prescient and timely message. And by the way, I know everybody says the Joker is just like Taxi Driver and King of Comedy. Well, I think the thesis statement for King of Comedy and Taxi Driver is completely different than the Joker, right? The ending that they get to is different.
I also heard they did something similar in the live-action Cruella movie, but I haven't seen that movie. And this is the biggest problem with modern female villains. They're not evil.
Yeah, but you're only, like, referring to media for, like, 13 to 16-year-olds.
Or they are evil and they get redeemed way too fast, like the diamonds from Steven Universe.
Again, I also haven't seen Steven Universe. I don't know how the writing is in that. I know a lot of people say the writing is really good. I don't really have an opinion on it.
Tell the writers are trying to make a female villain, but they never go all the way. Do you think if there's a female villain, people will just start to hate women because there's plenty of male?
I'm sorry. You know what comes to mind, right? I'm like trying to go through my backlog of games recently, right? So I'm trying to like become more literate in games media because I've fallen behind a lot in my games. And one of the things that I've really been enjoying is Baldur's Gate, right? I haven't finished it, okay? But you know, like there's amazing like female villains there. I know this is 2 years ago, right? So that would be like, okay, Jar, go back in time and figure out who these fucking villains are, right? I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying as like a good example, Orin, who is who's the god that she worships? The one that likes murder. The murder guy, right? Like she's basically evil for the sake of evil. And that's and she's like really fucking interesting, even though she's like very much influenced by the baser enjoyment of Baal. Yes, Baal. But she's like enthusiastic about murder for the sake of murder. Okay? And that's still interesting, and that's particularly a simple way to write a character, right? But the execution is done with confidence, so it works, right? Or like Lady D is in the thumbnail of that other video that we're going to look at, right? And Lady D, Lady D is carried a lot by her by her design. Lady D's design carries her an immense amount. But when you understand the cultural like footprints of how her design got brought up, yeah, Cersei, I brought up Cersei earlier. Cersei's another amazing one, right? Where she's basically all those things that you could attribute to Azula, but then she also has this aspect of being a mother who, despite her children being horrible people, like Joffrey's a piece of shit, she still loves Joffrey, despite realizing how bad he is and choosing not to do anything about it because a mother's love is unconditional. So she decides to look the other way for all of those horrible things that he does, right? Which says a lot about her as a person and her as a character, right? But like oh yeah, Lady D. So like Lady D is primarily carried on her design alone. But from what I remember in Resident Evil, she is the result of basically Umbrella doing exactly what Umbrella does all the fucking time.
Villains, and a lot of people seem to love them. But I would like to turn the mic over to Spivey, so a woman can give her thoughts on this situation.
Thanks, Jar. So I'm definitely one who has kind of been watching.
Oh my god. See, and I haven't seen Promised Neverland. I know what it is though.
The relative downhill decline in female characters in more recent years.
Dude, okay. You know, there's like a certain You guys know the Newgrounds artist hat? You know the Newgrounds artist hat? This is like that, but for like the girls. Like, you know her hair ain't that smooth in real life. You know it's a lot more ratty, and she just has like she has an odor about her.
At least when it comes to the mainstream stuff, obviously there are still plenty of great female characters of all strokes somewhere out there. But when we're talking about these mega conglomerates like Disney and whatnot, there seems to be this need to appeal to the more modern and socially aware crowd. But often in doing so, they end up completely undermining the entire point that that crowd was trying to make. And
I think all of these things that they're complaining about, they're like missing the forest for the trees, right? Like, ultimately, a lot of these Disney remakes are like soulless cash grabs, and it sticks out to a person. But because a person can't like articulate why something feels like it was done with mean-spirited intentions, is that they just like look at these weird little changes that they made and they go, well, that's the thing I complain about, right? So like the Lion King remakes that are like CGI movies, right? People online don't like those movies. They've actually performed well at the box office, right? But people online don't like them. But then they can't articulate what's bad about those movies. And so then they say, well, it's the CGI. And then you ask them, did you watch the movie? And the answer to that question is no. You might have noticed in my entire discussion of The Lion King, right now, I haven't talked about the CG remake. That's because I haven't seen it because the CG turns me off. But I can't critique the movie and its own personal merits because I haven't seen it. I'm only racist towards Ransonas.
produce characters that piss everyone off, or they don't really satisfy anybody. I made my own video a while back talking about the trend of rewriting female characters to have superpowers, and how that's a really stupid trend. But villains are certainly a unique—
Rewriting female characters, but like, what's the context for that? Like, I feel like a female character having superpowers is dependent on the setting, right? Like, you know, Marge Simpson shouldn't wake up one day and have superpowers, but if it's a setting with superheroes, like, you know, maybe it would make more sense. The Mulan remake? Okay, well, the Mulan remake is another one that I haven't seen. I've deliberately avoided the Disney remakes because I'm just like, I'm not about this. The Mulan remake gave Mulan superpowers. It was like them not fully, from what I remember, Mulan like flying around and shit was them trying to pay homage to like wushu stuff, but then they also didn't fully commit to that genre of media. So they, in my opinion, they probably should have committed more to that style of media.
Subcategory of these female characters. One thing for sure is that nowadays people do prefer complicated villains.
I mean, Dynasty Warriors is great. I hate this. This is such basic level fucking, I did a writing class in high school fucking ass criticism right here. I'm sorry, but this whole like So there's like two ways of discourse, right, that I see online. It's always like villains need to be complicated always, right? And then, or the villains need to be simple always. And it's just both bad, right? What the story is should determine how the characters are. Simple characterization is fine. Complex characterization is fine. Both are fine. What matters is what you're writing.
But it seems that complicated has to mean sympathetic. And often with these female characters, we are layering the sympathy on so thick that you're completely drowning out the core of their villainy and what makes them a villain.
Yeah, but Azula also had like those sympathy moments, right? So that way you could understand what and why she was doing and why she's as bad as she is. So clearly that's not the reason you hate these things.
I think this stems from the fact that historically we have seen a lack of complicated and rich female characters, and some writers, especially from these big companies that are trying to appeal to a wide modern audience, are worried that they'll step on toes and fall into negative writing stereotypes that have been used against female characters in the past. So like so many things, they have overcorrected. But in doing so, they just lose the core of what makes a good character. A good character can be a hero, a villain, anything in between. But some of the writers aren't blending the lines of good and evil in these villains.
I think part of my problem here is that they're not giving examples of what makes a good female villain outside of Azula, okay? So is this your next Yandere Dev-ish project? No, there definitely is one, but I'm not saying anything about that because I don't want to count my chickens before they hatch.
They're just making their characterizations a muddled mess and an overall less compelling character to watch. Cruella de Vil was a lady who wanted to skin puppies to make a fur coat. Turning her into more of a girl boss is just strange.
That show is so okay. That movie is so separated from its original incarnation. I don't even know how you could get annoyed that this Cruella is different, because this Cruella is like a completely different person in a different setting. Okay.
Say the least.
You need a hero to identify with, to look at them as if they're the best version of yourself, something you can inspire to be. But you also—
I don't think many of the people who give these criticisms watch that much media.
Need a villain to identify with, something to see as the worst version of yourself, so you can look at the worst aspects of yourself, so you can avoid becoming like them. But anyways, comment down below what you think is a good female villain. And get ready for the next video, because it's going to be a really long one. Like, sometimes writers come up with—
He hasn't even like given an example of like a good female villain from modern fiction. All he did was like come on, say Disney is bad, and then leave. There was nothing here. He didn't articulate a single point. Okay? He just said it and then walked out of the room. That was it.
Female villain, like Lady Dimitrescu. From Resident Evil 7. Oh wait, sorry, my mistake, it was Resident Evil 8. I'm not a fan of the series, I don't keep up with it. Everybody fucking loved that tall, undead vampire mommy. And what did they do? Well, they had her die really early on, and the story was focused on this other female villain who no one remembers.
Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? This motherfucker is not a fan of the series. He doesn't even know anything about what's going on, okay? Oh my god. All right, listen. Every single villain inside this in Resident Evil Village is, again, the result of Umbrella, okay? Gooner. Okay, I know there are some streamers that use that as the pejorative answer, right? But it's ultimately misunderstanding, like... Yes, Jar clearly only watched the porn. I will also say, as an expert gooner, that there's plenty of Mother Miranda porn out there. Okay, there's plenty of it. There's not as much as Lady D porn, but there's plenty of it. All right, you'd be hard pressed not to stumble across it in your day and age. All right. Honestly, Lady D having a short runtime in the game makes her even better as a villain, right? Because she comes in, she does her thing, and she's gone. And it leaves way for all these other villains to come in, right? Right? Like, Mother Miranda is the ultimate manipulator above them all, but then there's also other characters that are extreme manipulators in that, right? Mother Miranda has a personal relationship with Ethan Winters, which is why she's so interesting. But then also, we have the manipulative and psychopathic, what's his name? I want to say Heisenberg. Big guy with a hat, he has gear powers, and he's also very interesting. Part of what makes those Resident Evil villains so interesting, like, is their brevity, right? The fact that you could just bring in something that's so iconic and throw it away in the next second just goes to show you, well, you think that was amazing? Wait until what comes next. And there's always something more interesting that comes next in a Resident Evil Village. Heisenberg is daddy, though. Anyway, Diesel, what's up with your thumbnail? The fish, there was a fish guy, right? In Resident Evil Village. That guy was a bit lackluster because I don't even remember that guy. I remember the hot ones basically, right? What was the name? What was the name of the fish guy? I need to look him up. Okay, Salvador. All right, let me look him up. Yeah, it's like the reason for me, I think the reason this one ended up falling flat is that it's like in the middle chapter in between, like it kind of feels like a filler chapter inside the game where everything's kind of slowing down a bit. All right. I've just started playing it. Another female villain that has been fairly interesting has been well, her status is like she's more like an agender character, but she presents as a female void elf. Xalatath in The War Within. I don't know if anybody's plays WoW, but she kind of is giving like a Thanos thing right now. I am new to the franchise, so maybe she sucks, but I've been exploring that, and it's been interesting to just, you know, get into.
Can any of you even name a female villain that came out in the last 5 years who stays evil, doesn't get redeemed? Also, anti-heroes or rival characters don't count. You guys know.
I mean, it's like getting redeemed as like a hero redeeming a villain is still, it doesn't un-villain status them. Are they like I get that the redemption thing is a really common character trope that we're seeing now with writing, but you know, it's not it, right? Like it's not the end all be all.
About the Bechtel test, or is it the Bachtel test? Whatever, I'm gonna make my own test. The Mechanicus test. A movie with a female villain will fail the Mechanicus test if A, the female villain is redeemed way too easily, or B, the female villain is actually not evil. And
what is this? I have heard Yuppie Psycho.
I recommend checking out the game Yuppie Psycho.
I know Ross's Game Dungeon did a review of it, and I watched like the first few minutes, and I'm like, hey, this kind of seems up my alley. So I might pause.
Yes, my last name is Mechanicus. Jar Mechanicus. That's my last.
Cringe. Fuck.
Last name, canonically. Now, one good female villain I can think of that has come out recently is Dr. Smith from the reboot of Lost in Space. No, maybe I'm a little...
Are you fucking kidding me? Dude, it's like this guy was made in a lab to, like, remake the Gen X nerd, dude.
Biased because the show does have a robot character. But Dr. Smith is not only a good female villain, but she's one of the most unique villains I've ever seen ever.
I know what the original Lost in Space is, but I didn't know there was a remake either.
She's not very smart, especially compared to the rest of the cast who are literally the most brilliant minds from Earth. She's not super strong or has any unique abilities or anything like that, but she has one thing: manipulation and self-preservation. She will say and do anything.
Yeah, but like these are not what makes... This guy doesn't understand. This guy's media literacy is so bad.
For her own benefit. She doesn't care who gets in her way, and she will backstab anyone, even if they just helped her out. I haven't gotten that far in the series, but I
Char Destiny collab win.
have heard she does redeem herself.
He's definitely out nerded me, but he doesn't know how, like, he's like the kind of nerd that like he's like the kind of guy who plays Yahtzee at like a public table at like Comic-Con, okay? He's like one of those guys that has one of those Funko Pop reseller booths at Comic-Con.
By sacrificing her life for the benefit of others, which really doesn't seem like it's within her nature, but when someone makes a personal sacrifice, that is the best way to redeem a character. Men and women are both capable of manipulation, but they do manipulate in very different ways. And
Yeah, but like you're misunderstanding what makes these female villains great. Because, never mind, whatever. Yeah. Women can be manipulative via their seduction. Yes. We all know how a woman would manipulate if she was a villain.
I don't think her character would work nearly as well if she was a man. Which...
Why can't we just have a slutty man? Why can't we just have a guy going around being cunty, being evil?
The original...
That's literally Asterion, actually.
Version she was. I don't know, maybe I am making just a big deal out of nothing, but I have noticed female villains have certainly gone downhill in recent years. Like I said in an earlier video, a villain's...
Bond. Yeah, all the Bond ladies that just like manipulate James Bond and then betray him in the third act.
It was the best
Diesel, we have you for that.
way to make a Mary Sue that people will actually like.
Dio was kind of
so you
slutty,
think they
yeah.
would actually go through with making villain
America is slutty. America is kind of like a kind of a hard one to pass, but you know, Elden Ring's got a lot of female villains in it.
Mary Sue's, but they just don't make them even villains.
I don't even think people understand what makes a Mary Stu or a Gary Stu anymore.
They just make them Mary Sue's. Alright, writers, I'll give you a tip on how to make a female villain easily.
Don't take this writer advice.
You know how you make that normal female character that the audience hates and you scream at them and call them sex?
I think, okay, listen, I don't like the new trilogy of Star Wars movies full on. I think it is a very, I think the trilogy is very mean-spirited, okay? And I think The Last Jedi is the most mean-spirited. Now, Daisy Ridley, I think, is an amazing cast for a new main character. I think Daisy Ridley is very charming. I think she is very good at the role she is given. I think she's just like a good actor, right? And that she, with what she had, she did the best she could. Okay. But the new Star Wars trilogy, in terms of like writing, was such a retread of what was already there. And then The Last Jedi was trying to be so boldly in defiance to what was set up originally that it really, really set up, like the entire thing was just destined to fail from the start. Their entire way of performing that as like a 3-act story, okay? But like the actor and the acting of Rey, I mean, those are all pretty good and fun, and you know, she's a quirky character, and it's a shame that the main cast didn't have more time to interact, or we didn't get any more time to spend with them, right? Because a lot of that character building and a lot of what goes to what makes something a Mary Sue or not is whether or not you have those downtime moments where it's like, oh, Rey's struggling to do this and blah, 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 right? Controversial opinion, Star Wars is mid. I don't even think most people would disagree with you on that. I think Star Wars is not as good as people say it is, especially these days. I know there are certain stories in Star Wars that are like fucking amazing, but I think like right now that as like a fictional universe to engage in is like really struggling. Rey wasn't a Mary Sue. You want to know who was a Mary Sue? Kid Anakin. Bro was so good at everything and literally the chosen one. People hated Kid Anakin so much. The child actor got trauma. Like, if there just was not... You could tell that the Marvel Cinematic Universe in the beginning had a very strong, like, path forward. You did not see that with the Star Wars trilogy. Each movie feels very different. In a way where it feels like they didn't know what was going on. Me and my girlfriend had a long-running theory that Rey was actually a Kenobi. I know it's a really common theory, but I like the whole thing about Rey being a nobody is just like more interesting, and you could see how that was like kind of a theme that they were going with at one point, and then they kind of like threw that away, where it's like anybody can be a Jedi and anybody can make a difference, right? But my problem with the Star Wars universe is that it feels too small. You know? It feels like everybody knows each other. You know, like in a D&D campaign, when you and your friends always run into recurring NPCs who are relevant to the overarching narrative of the campaign that you're doing, right? You might not have noticed that because you're enjoying the game and having a fun time, but it happens a lot, okay? I've ran like 800 hours of DMing this past year, but it happens a lot, right? Because you need that.
Nothing tames a male like having a mate. Actual quote from Just Our Robot.
Okay, that sounds crazy, but I have said the same thing in a way that doesn't sound so incel-y. I'll actually go back around to that, right? But you guys notice that when you're playing a D&D campaign, you might run into the same characters again because they're relevant to the plot that your DM is doing. Right? And that's what it kind of felt like with the Star Wars movies, where it was like, why is Rey related to the characters from the prior movies when it feels like it should be completely different, right? Where she should be her own person. It felt like everybody knew each other. It felt like there were 10 people in the universe, and it made it feel small. That's why I think these like shows that are going on, I've heard really good things about Andor. You know, separating Star Wars from Star Wars iconography helps it a little bit. Are you guys unaware of the extended universe books? Well, that's why I was explaining, like, the shows have been helping it quite a bit, right? And then also it's like, see, the movies focus on the Skywalkers, but the universe stretched out. Yeah, but it's like you sit down to watch something, right? And it's like, okay, well, I'm not going to go read the books because apparently it's not canon anymore, and I want to be caught up with everything. I think the idea of canon is weird anyway. I like the way 40K does it. But it, again, what I'm saying is it really does feel too small. Like the original 6 being about the Skywalker saga is whatever, right? And then you have a new trilogy of movies, and they're like, well, we're doing a Skywalker saga again. But I have said in the past where it was like, I used to be a lot more radical before I got laid. That I've said that all the time. And I mean, I guess, you know, nothing tames a male like having a mate. Yeah, definitely. But do you got to say it in a way like we're all fucking animals, all right? Nobody wants to hear that. Lightsaber go brr, brr, brr. The only Star Wars criticism that matters.
Warhammer 40k is peak sci-fi world building. Canon is only relevant to the people making the media, not to anyone else outside it.
That ultimately that is true, but it matters to a lot of people. You should still take it, like if you're somebody making media for the masses and you're dealing with a huge property, you should still hold it in like some respect for the people that enjoy it, right? Like obviously we can choose to take and pick what we enjoy or not. But part of us feels a little, you know, we feel like we've discovered something when we realize, oh, this is related to this, and you see this in the show or the movie, and it makes you feel like your time invested is worth it, right? So it doesn't matter to us as viewers, but it should matter because it makes the experience richer, right? So it should matter for everybody involved in the process, right? And I get it. There was a lot of extended universe books in Star Wars that were fucking terrible, but you know, there's also stuff that people like there, right? And now Disney has to go in and add in the stuff that everybody liked again because now it wasn't canon. But yeah, so the 40K is now 40K is like a really specific brand of sci-fi world building. There's like other types that are just as good, right? I think if you just read 40K books, you could have a really bleak understanding of sci-fi. So it's good to get like a different, you know, you need some variety in that dish if you're going to be reading, because a lot of it can just be like a very, you know, the term like bolter porn, where a lot of the stories are like very Space Marine driven. But really, it's like, it's just, I don't even know how to undo. Listen, if the best minds in the world working at Disney couldn't unravel the mess they made with Star Wars and are still clambering back with these TV shows, I don't even know how to answer the question of how to make it not terrible.
for not liking your female character who's clearly an awful person, like the elf girl from Santa Inc. Just take that character, but make it clear that the audience is not supposed to like them.
Listen, I'm sorry if you're stupid. If you're stupid and the media bad. If what a fucking, this guy's a fucking idiot, dude.
Female character who's clearly an awful person, like the elf girl from Santa Inc. Just take that character, but make it clear that the audience is not supposed to like them.
Okay. I recently watched something.
That was mainly for the people who treat canon like the Bible and anything outside it as sacrilegious.
Yeah, there's definitely, you know, there's like it's a healthy moderation thing, really. Okay. So I watched a show recently. It was like a short show. It was called Brand New Cherry Flavor. I don't know if any of you watched it. It was a Netflix show, and it was about this girl. Here's my pitch. It's about this girl who throws up cats. Okay, she like vomits cats. It's a bit dramatic, it's a bit Euphoria mixed with Cronenberg, a little horror, right? A little comedy, a little bit of that. Big witchy vibes. That's what it is, right? So that's what it is, right? This pitch is all over the place because the show is fucking weird. So in the original book for Brand New Cherry Flavor, it suffers from male writer-itis, right? So you know when a guy writes a woman and he doesn't know how to write women, he'll like over-explain a woman getting dressed and stuff, right? And like she's also like a whore. Like just full stop a whore in the book. And those things are like gone in the Netflix remake. But here's a really important part of what made the book interesting for people, right? She is the female Patrick Bateman, okay? And I know that sounds crazy if you've ever watched the show, but that was kind of like the original intention with her, right? She is supposed to be a social climbing, selfish piece of shit who ultimately ends up somewhere where she shouldn't, right? And then goes to take revenge on someone who wronged her, right? And in the show, they make it they change it up a bit, right? Where she's a writer and she goes to a producer to sell her script because she did a horror movie, right? And the producer tries to Harvey Weinstein her, basically. And when she's like, no, fuck you, he takes her script, right? But what you learn over the course of the show is that she's actually also just as bad as the producer in different ways. Like she took advantage of a character that's very important to the plot, and basically, you know, convince them to be and do a certain thing, right? I'm not trying to like spoil the show for you guys, right? Just in case you haven't seen it. How does she end up throwing up cats? Well, and this happens early on, so this isn't really a story or a story spoiler. She's like, okay, this producer took my movie, and so she goes to a witch, and the witch says, you throw up cats, I make bad things happen to him, right? And it's never bad things happen to him, it's bad things happen to the people around him. So she ends up causing a lot of collateral damage, right? But the show, like, doesn't just let her be an evil person. They always try to, like, justify it as, like, well, this person was also really bad. Or, like, well, you know, it's not that bad, right? Where really what it is trying to do is show you how terrible she is. But it's just not committing to her being a piece of shit. Right? It's always trying to like go backwards and like, well, it was bad, but like what happened to her was pretty bad in the beginning, right? Because her script got stolen, her movie got stolen, right? But, you know, in return, she like causes the producer's son to die, right? And the producer's son didn't really do anything to her, right? Or other characters didn't do something to her, but because they knew her, they get hurt because she has her own personal like grievances with like the world, right? It's just like it doesn't commit to her being a piece of shit. And really, listen, I'd hate to put my friends on the spot here, but Hal and Kat, of course, they've been writing their comic, and I've been seeing. By the way, a new chapter is supposed to come out. Okay, I've been watching Kat work on the next chapter of the comic. But like the twins in the comic that Hal and Kat are writing, Wire, the female twin, is bad and is a bad person. And at no point does it ever justify any of her decisions. She is fucked up, okay, and bad, and she knows it, and she revels in it, right? Wow, call out Hal and Kat, why don't you? Well, they hate it when I promote the comic for some reason. But it's like they commit to Wire being a horrible person, and they don't back down from it because, like, you know, maybe it might like ruin her like relatability. Well, like, so what happened in the I won't spoil it. I think Brand New Cherry Flavor is interesting enough that you should go watch it. I just think that it really had some issues wanting to say what it wanted to say, right? Because ultimately it became a story about the meat grinder that is Hollywood, which you've seen before, instead of like this story about how the vanity of fame can lead to a cycle of like revenge and like, you know, it just would have been more interesting. You know, Diesel, some of us can't read. Please be sensitive. But all right, that was oh, speaking of, since Tanuki, you popped in the chat. So Greg is editing the episodes for the D&D podcast. I have just taken a break from doing it because I got really, really tired from hosting it. And it was like, fuck. It was just killing me. It was just killing me, and I needed to stop for a bit. But that was really it. But Diesel, you don't understand. Women be shopping.
Villains. Gotta love them.
Dude, this is ultimately all like...
They come in all shapes and...
media criticism on the internet is bad. There we go. Is that a hot take?
sizes, and they can be a great way to provide conflict in a well-written story. We're no strangers to discussing villains here on the Nomad channel, and we often enjoy other creators' videos exploring fiction's most evil and deplorable characters. Often, but not always. What do you get when you cross a mediocre commentary channel with even worse media criticism? You get just a robot.
So apparently this guy privated his video because he got a bunch of shit for it. And then he unprivated it when shitting on Jar was like an easy dunk.
That's magnum opus. The problem with female villains. Boy, oh
I don't
boy,
even think
oh boy.
I don't even think
Where
it
do I
was
even
that
begin?
egregious. If we're talking about Jar Media, it was not that egregious. He has more egregious videos, but sure, this is the one we're taking a shot at today. Whatever.
I could wax 7th grade philosophical about the nature of love and hate for a solid minute.
Love is the most powerful emotion, but hate is the second.
Yeah. Well, like, I get it. Oh, yeah, Jar's... This is a really easy dig. You're not any better by pointing it out, okay?
Second strongest emotion. The same way love can give you purpose in life, being the reason for many to get out of bed in the morning, those who do not have someone to love need someone to hate to fill that void.
But that'd be a shit way to start a video. So why don't we cut to the chase and see what Just a Robot has to say about villains? Just the lady ones, of course. But before we begin, go ahead and watch.
This guy is super woke pilled. That's exactly what the issue is. This has nothing to do with media whatsoever, and is all about everybody's personal politics, isn't it?
Watch Jar's video now, because given the fact that we'll only be playing clips of where he makes a point, you'll be missing most of it here. His central thesis is that female villains aren't what they used to be. It's been a real downhill decline, if you will. And in the video, Jar and fellow YouTuber Spy V hope to explain why. We'll start with Just a Robot.
And like I said when I was reacting to it, they really didn't explain why. I saw a shit-ass take today that was like, quote, saying media literacy is dead is bad because people shouldn't have the same opinions when consuming media anyway. Okay. Media literacy is not about everybody coming to a collective consensus. Media literacy is about being able to understand why things are written why they are, and being able to figure those things out helps you discover the themes. Media literacy is less about criticism on the surface, right? Like, I can say the movie Food Fight is bad, and that is media criticism, and it is valid. But being able to articulate the points of why something is bad is what makes something media literate versus not. Media literacy is the ability to communicate and understand the how media operates, okay?
Which is most of it. He posits the current slate of villains in modern entertainment don't hold a candle to the pantheon of classic female villains that he lists, such as Azula from Avatar: The Last Airbender, and wait, that's it?
Yeah, that was a point I made. Okay, that's a good point.
That's his only example?
Media literacy isn't I don't like this. It's do you understand the metaphorical meaning behind this scene? Yeah, exactly.
1,000 years of human storytelling, and he chose one character from a Nickelodeon cartoon in the 2000s. Incredible. No Lady Macbeth, Ishtar, Medusa, Nurse Ratched, Regina George. Incredible. And he chose one character from a Nickelodeon cartoon in the 2000s. Incredible. No Lady Macbeth, Ishtar.
Okay, I don't... All right, buddy. All right, get out of your college classics class, okay? You're being just as pedantic as he is when you're like, Ishtar, Lady Macbeth, okay? Nobody likes you when you do that. Because most people will be like, Ishtar? What the fuck do you mean, Ishtar? What's an Ishtar? You gotta use an example people understand. Oh my god. What's wrong with college classics? I love the college classics, but that's just because we have an autistic fixation, Hal. Okay? Like, I like Lady Macbeth and Ishtar. But like, I wouldn't explain what makes a good female villain by saying Ishtar from the Epic of Gilgamesh. Because somebody's going to look it up and be like, the Epic of Gilgamesh, this is thousands of years old. What is wrong with you?
Medusa, Nurse Ratched, Regina George, Wicked Witch of the West.
Regina George is a great villain, by the way. I love Regina George.
I get some love for my girl, Madam Gasket, and he calls himself a robot.
Honestly, he's got a great point. Some of those are good examples.
Sure, Jim Broadbent played her, but she's still my rusty iron queen. Aunt Fanny who? But these are just the villains from the before times, when every female villain was assumed to be good. Just because Jar didn't mention any of these names doesn't mean he doesn't know about them. Surely Azula just stood out to him because he has a lot to say about her and the way that the writers developed her character.
Azula is the only character in the entire series who can use blue fire, which is about twice as hot as normal.
Oh yeah, you know what? Now that I think about it, that was a weird point that Jar mentioned. It was like a big filler point.
She fucking one-shot Aang while he was in the...
Yeah, like none of this, like all of this stuff is like, wow, she's cool, but it doesn't explain what makes her interesting.
Avatar state. She's smart, calculating, beautiful, and funny.
Okay, so she's powerful, manipulative, and complex. And I agree, she's a great villain.
Yeah, she is a great villain,
serves as a rival and foil to Zuko throughout the story, representing the opposite side of the Fire Lord's abusive parenting. An overachiever who ties her sense of self-worth to her ability to destroy her enemies and impress her father. Her determination to win at life is...
Look at what this guy's doing, chat. This is exactly the stuff I was complaining about Jar not doing with Azula, right? This is what he needed to say in order for us to understand what makes Azula a great villain, right? Because her being powerful, manipulative, complex, you know, pretty, all that stuff, right? Those are all great things that can add to making a great villain, but you need to be able... This is media literacy. This is media literacy. This is an example, right? Jar's lack of media literacy is him just saying, Azula is these things, right? Him saying why Azula is these things is media literacy. That is what I'm talking about.
So central to her being that when she starts losing...
Is Jar going into this with a power scaling mentality? Well, he has a power scaling channel, so yes.
It breaks her mind. She's something of a tragic figure, a product of a toxic environment, but no less an unrepented monster. Anything to add, Jar?
Wait, hang on, let me look up her age here.
Yeah, making like a weird pedo joke is insane.
Holy shit, she's only 14. And you would think that a lot of writers would try to take some tips from her on how to make good female villains.
Yes, but actually no.
But unfortunately, a few years after Azula...
Diesel, we should do a cartoon villain review thing. Yeah, but that requires us watching cartoons.
A lot of female villains started going really downhill. So now let's talk about a female villain who really isn't all that great. Evil Lyn from Masters of the Universe Revelations.
Psst, dude, I think you left some dead memes and overused sound effects on your editing timeline. It's almost like your editor doesn't have much confidence in the raw material. And I mean, they're not wrong, seeing as most of it is sloppy seconds from another Just a Robot video titled, "Why is there so much wokeness in shows nowadays?" Nowadays? Is my grandpa ghostwriting these for you? I only bring that video up because Just a Robot explicitly pointed us to it for additional context. We just had to watch it to fully comprehend Jar's galaxy brain map.
Okay, I gotta go watch it. I'm sorry, I can't. Just a Robot wokeness. This is 3 years old, dude. Listen, I'm sorry. These intros are way too long.
Video about a YouTube drama, and then I like to follow it up with a shorter video that has almost nothing to do with drama. Because if you talk about drama all the time, you're gonna go crazy after a while.
No shit.
Dude, what is this editing is insane. What is this? Jar's one of those guys who's like, I hate drama. I don't want drama in my life. I'm not about that. You know those bitches that are always like, I don't like drama. I'm above drama, right? But they're always the motherfucker in drama.
So let's talk about why there's so much wokeness in movies and TV shows now.
Oh my god, there's so much wokeness. DEI! DEI!
Nowadays. Now, there's nothing wrong with being progressive and adding in LGBT people of color into your shows, but there's a right and wrong way to do it. And you can't always use it as a crutch to get away from criticism. You can't just say, yeah, I know a lot of people didn't like Transformers too, but one of the characters was trans.
My name is Optimus.
It was a transformer. They were a transformer. Yeah,
Oh my god.
But the only people who didn't like this movie are white
Attack helicopter joke. Attack helicopter joke.
supremacists. Now, I'm sure a lot of you have seen plenty of videos on High Guardian Spies.
Dude, that was like, okay. I don't know what the fuck. Listen, Crunchyroll must have had money to burn when they made that show. Nobody liked the show. The show flopped. All right, and it was completely embroiled in like the woke PC grifting culture. It was insane. Okay, and then like the showrunners were getting on Twitter and like being like mega woke about it. And it was like the biggest, like, worst moment ever. Which, by the way, did you know that it was somebody that worked for Crunchy? It might have been Crunchyroll or Funimation. It was one of the big dubbing like translation houses, right? One of the VAs or something had all of their mail confiscated by them, which is illegal, by the way, and then opened up their mail. So every time people mailed them fan mail to this person, the fucking company just took it and held on to it. And just never gave it to them. Listen, I am of the opinion it is kind of okay to pirate media. Personally, I don't care if you guys use ad blockers on here. I'm not Linus Tech Tips. If you want to support something, probably buy like merchandise, or feel free to donate.
I missed the bandwagon, but that has never stopped.
Watch Arcane, but don't play League of Legends, basically.
Stopped me from jumping on it late after it stopped moving. And full disclaimer, I actually haven't seen it because I don't have a Crunchyroll account. But this is not an in-depth... And full disclaimer, I actually haven't seen it because I don't have a Crunchyroll account. But this is not an in-depth analysis of High Guardian Spice. If you want an in-depth analysis, go watch Just Stop's or Manga Cobbin's video about it. I'm not going to talk about how terrible the plot is or how terrible the animation is.
Natsurai celebrates 9 months of membership. Buy merch? But Diesel, where would I buy merch?
That's a great question. Well, if you want to buy merch from me, you should do it. You should do it by going to manapotioncoffee.com and buying some coffee or tea.
Actually, no wait, I am. If this is supposed to be such a woke progressive show, then why does it have such terrible writing, terrible characters, and terrible animation? Like,
you haven't watched it. How can you say any of those things? I mean, maybe it is. I'd believe it is. But like, how the fuck do you say that it is when you can't speak authoritatively on it?
A restaurant with 3 bathrooms, 1 for men, 1 for women, and 1 for trans people. But in the trans bathroom, if I put the sink sideways, the toilet is hanging down from the roof, and the door doesn't have any doorknobs, I can't just say to people, "You can't insult my restaurant, it's progressive, I have an only trans bathroom in it."
If you want to
Are these
support
shows really
Diesel,
trying to
Mana
give a
Potion
voice?
Coffee and use D10.
That's right. Use D10 at checkout. I think we're doing free shipping this month over if you order like a certain amount or something. But we're just trying that out right now. I don't know. Don't ask me.
To marginalized groups? Or do you think they're just trying to get some brownie points so people clap for them and say, "Stunning and brave"? And if anyone doesn't like their show, they can just call them racist, sexist, and transphobic.
What a fucking...
Speaking of sex...
Actual line from the show, I'm more afraid of you smashing yourself. Me when I be smashing.
One of the writers was a well-known misandrist, and yes, sexism does go both ways. But it's prejudice plus penis! There is this one character who is...
Oh boy.
Trans, and, you know, instead of letting the audience piece it together themselves through pretty obvious evidence, the character just comes right out and says,
You are a girl? I'm transgender. I don't know.
Yeesh. 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 Yo, boy. Wait, why is he going over the plot? He didn't see it. Oh, boy.
That word.
Got him!
And apparently they also have to take a potion either every day or every week or whatever, or they'll start looking like a woman again.
Okie dokie. Okie dokie. You know, it's really such a shame that Claire from Cyberpunk has to shoulder the entire trans community on her back, dude.
You know there's transformation magic in this world, right? You don't have to make it a one-to-one comparison to the real world. Like, I'm not trans, but I don't think trans people would be up in arms if they didn't put this part in. Now, I could go on and on about High Guardian Spice, but I'm sure you...
Reminder, guys, he's got a transformation fetish.
You guys know all the problems with it already. So let's move on to the new Seth Rogen show, Santa Inc., which has clay animation characters that swear.
Come on, guys, it's Christmas fucking Eve. There's no time for amateur hour here.
I say, hold up, wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Clay animation characters don't normally swear. Wow, taking something childish and making it vulgar? Why, I've never heard of such a thing. This would be absolutely hilarious 15 years ago.
You know, that's a really base level joke, but I agree that is a... People do be doing that way too much these days as a source of comedy.
I feel like Seth Rogen is one of those guys.
That wasn't even the controversy. What was the there was a controversy with this show? I've never even heard of it. Santa Inc. was bad because none of the characters were written well, and literally the story was made. It's like Jewish woman. I don't know why her Jewishness matters. But okay.
Guys who can't get over the fact that he's old now. I mean, for the love of God, the guy thinks smoking weed is still cool. But of course, anyone who doesn't like Santa Inc. or knows the premissist. Why? Cause he's fucking Jewish. Even though...
Oh my god. Okay.
In the trailer for Santa Inc., there's a reindeer who's clearly a stereotypical black woman.
Yes, bitch, because it's empowering to call you bitch, 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 bitch.
Okay. All right. I don't think Santa Inc. is very good, and I don't think I need to see it to know that.
Yeah, white supremacist.
It was terribly written. I'm thinking, yeah. Dude, everybody says Moral Oral is really good. I need to sit down and watch it.
Are well known for not liking black stereotypes. Several thousand people liked his tweet, by the way. Now, do I think Seth Rogen actually thinks this way? Hopefully not, but it certainly doesn't make him any less childish. And now he's on...
If you want to make this point and be liberal and base, just call him Zionist. Oh my god.
On my naughty list.
Hey, buddy. Hassan's stream is down the street and to the left.
I mean, making all the elves Jewish and all the reindeers black just seems a lot more like a white supremacist.
Are all the elves Jewish in the show? Is that true?
BTW, the trans part of High Guardian Spice literally went nowhere and wasn't even related to their current conversation.
Okay. Of course. Judd Bud Jr.'s is down the street to the left.
Talking point than, you know, not liking Santa Inc. There's even a line where a character seriously says, "You rejecting me to reclaim your sexual empowerment is so hot." Like, did the writers on High Guardian Spice work on this show too? There's so much misandry in this. One of the jokes is that there's a gay elf in a relationship with a gay snow angel. What's the joke? They're gay. What does the word progressive even mean anymore? Do I have to take progressive tips?
It's like an adult comedy show, dude. I don't know. They're all like weed humor for like 14-year-olds.
People like Sarah Silverman, a woman who dressed up as Hitler and did blackface? I think...
Oh my god.
My favorite scene in this show is when the Jewish elf girl...
Yes, the joke about Sarah Silverman dressing up as Adolf Hitler is funny because she's Jewish.
Is driving while texting and accidentally hits a reindeer with her car. She calls him a caribou, which is established as the N-word for deer in this mythos.
Okay, all right. That's the problem with a reindeer having AAV, okay? AVE. because they walk around calling reindeer the C word.
And just leaves him in the snow to die. How can something trying to be progressive be so unprogressive at the same time? Like, if I just wanted to pitch my own woke progressive show, do I just have to say, women...
None of this has to do with, like, wokeness, and everything has to do with them being out-of-touch, yuppie, rich people who think they can make a quick buck off of, like... I don't even know if it is progressive. None of this sounds like it's a progressive show, okay? I don't know what about this seems progressive at all. 0% of the show seems progressive.
Are beautiful and
it's badly written. Just because, like, this is okay. Media literacy talk again. Something being badly written doesn't mean that it's woke.
brave. Men are sexist pigs, and women should explore their sexuality. By the way, isn't being gay so fucking hilarious? I'm gonna go lynch a black guy now. Also, capitalism is the worst thing ever. Now excuse me while I ride in my limo to my mansion. But at least the show's animation is really good, which is something it has over High Guardian Spice. Now, I can't believe we're at a point in society where I have to say this unironically. Adam Sandler is funnier than Seth Rogen. I would
Okay. Okay. How about I tell you, hot take, I don't think either of them are very funny.
actually rather watch the entire Hanukkah animated Adam Sandler movie than a single episode of Santa Inc. Do you think maybe all these horrible shows that are coming out is the reason why YouTube had to get rid of the dislike button? Because if you could actually see the dislikes, there are hundreds of thousands of them.
Yeah, the Jewish elves got rid of the dislike button. The Jewish elves got rid of the
And only a few thousand likes, and the comments are also disabled, which is always a great sign. Anyways, let's move on. There's already plenty of reviews of Santa Inc. Now let's move on to something there's also plenty of reviews of. Masters of the Universe Season 2. I saw the trailer for this, and it actually looked pretty good, with He-Man showing up again, and he was fighting Skeletor. But I wasn't going to be fooled a second time, so I kept my expectations at absolute zero.
By the way, that plugin does not work. It is not accurate. The YouTube dislike plugin does not work. I don't know how many times we gotta keep saying it. It don't work. The API is not accurate. It doesn't fucking work.
I was still disappointed. I already talked about Masters of the Universe a little bit in my Mary Sue.
Oh my god, I gotta keep constantly going through this guy's backlog to understand his thesis.
Videos, and also my video on Amber with Miss Anthropony and my roommate. So if you want to know how I feel about season 1, go watch those videos. Now, to be fair, I know I said I was still disappointed by this season, but it was actually better than the first one, because He-Man actually got a decent amount of screen time. Season 2 starts off with a sorceress being—
Was He-Man even the main character of Masters of the Universe, the original series? I thought it was like an ensemble cast in the original 80s show.
Being killed as she sacrifices herself to save He-Man and Teela's actually her daughter. Turns out the sorceress gave up her chance to be with a happy family so she could protect the entire universe.
I don't actually know. See, nobody has watched He-Man.
Wow, making a personal sacrifice of your own happiness to protect others? That's
No, He-Man was the main focus, but they did give everyone some screen time. Okay.
Pretty good message. Now, while season 1 ended with Skeletor finally getting He-Man's sword and becoming the master of the universe, he immediately loses it to Evelyn, who uses her feminine charm to get him to drop his guard. I was right, they really did make Skeletor into an incel. Like many powerful men, he gave up all he had just so he could get boned. And Evelyn becomes—
I bet you, dude. Jar wrote that. I was like, bazinga. Jar is literally Sheldon, but stupid.
This. What the fuck is that? She now has the same stupid haircut that so many women in pop culture have nowadays.
Oh my god.
She now has the same Evelyn becomes this. What the fuck is that?
She does not have— that is not that haircut, though.
She now has the same stupid haircut that so many women in pop culture have nowadays.
That is not the same haircut. You think in 10 years we'll be doing you know how they were doing this with this haircut a few years ago? What if in the next 10 years we're bitching about the wolf cut that women be getting these days, you know? The second haircut isn't ass, though. I know.
Days. Seriously, what is the obsession with this haircut? She looks like a character from Baki. So Linda—
And Baki is based. Obama is in it.
decides that she's going to destroy the entire universe, and Skeletor, He-Man, and Lynn—
Yeah, you chose the hottest way to show that haircut.
Team up to stop her. He-Man does get his sword back, but because Lynn has the power of the sorceress, plus she's a master of the universe on top of that, along with her own power she already had, Teela will also have to become the sorceress of Grayskull, being trapped within the castle walls forever, giving up her friends and family, being forced to confront the resentment she used to have for her mother, realizing just how much her mother had to sacrifice to protect the entire universe. But then she decides to not give up anything and still gets the power. In fact, if anything—
Just join the blacks and complain about the Killmonger cut.
You know, I almost made a joke about it. I resisted the urge because it's such low-hanging fruit.
She got even more power than her mother ever had. So that's the message right there.
Fuck yeah, girl power.
I don't— who gives a shit?
You don't have to make any personal sacrifices, you just have to be great all the time. You're perfect and no one will ever stop you. You want to save the planet from pollution? Don't give up anything. Keep driving that Hummer all you want. You'll
To be honest, I don't think the people that make Captain Planet give up anything. If anything, they just get things for being Captain Planet.
Be doing more for the environment than people who ride their bikes to work. Apparently, no other sorceress has thought about this before, and Tila was the first one to ever do it. He-Man fights against Skeletor, which is just a background fight in this series now, apparently. And Tila single-handedly takes on Evelyn despite all the power she has.
Yeah, because who gives a shit? Why does this need complicated writing? It's He-Man.
Evelyn sees the error of her ways, and she's no longer evil, because in current year, women are never evil. In current year, women are only evil because men make them evil. And she's now redeemed despite trying to destroy the entire universe.
Why? Okay, wasn't he like praising Harley Quinn earlier? And wasn't like Harley Quinn's original incarnation like the Joker made me evil? So why would he praise that but then poo-poo over this when it's like the same thing?
Oh yeah, by the way, she also fucking nuked heaven and destroyed it. Remember how I talked about the first
None of this all sounds like caca poo-poo nonsense. I gotta be honest, guys.
Of the universe being black, and he only was in it for 4 minutes before disappearing. Some people complained about that, saying, well, in season 2 he's gonna show up more. And he did! He was in this for 4 seconds before dying. Don't worry, Evelyn, you're still redeemable. You only destroyed fucking heaven! Also, Tila's diverse friend becomes the new man-at-arms and gets the same stupid I'm a social activist haircut.
Oh my god. God damn, bro. I will say there does seem to be a lot of low taper fades out here in the He-Man reboot, okay? But I can't. Listen, if you like fight with swords, would it not make sense to like tie your hair up or like maybe shave it, right? Like I don't really think a woman having short hair is going to make or break the character.
Lily Orchard writing criticism collab when?
I love that you can actually write out Tila's black friend and nothing in the series would actually change. Her personality isn't interesting, she's just there. She's just there to fill a fucking diversity quota.
This reminds me of Lily Orchard ranting about Steven Universe.
Dude, these Lily Orchard comparisons must have Jar seething, dude. There's a lot of you saying this is just like Lily Orchard.
Like, I guess you could make the argument that a black character not doing anything but at least being there is better than just having no black characters at all. But could you at least make her do something interesting? Give her a story arc or something. Now there's one more thing I need to mention about Tila. Remember when she blew up at He-Man's parents in season 1 after their son died? Remember how she did that just because Adam kept a secret from her, and that secret was that he was He-Man, and he only kept that secret from her for her own protection? She never apologizes for it, and the show treats her like she's in the right for acting this way. Well, in season 2, the king and the queen haven't spoken to each other in years after Adam died, because He-Man's mother knew, and the king got mad at her for keeping a secret from her, and she was mad at him because he was mad at her. But then they get back together, and the show presents the king like he's the one in the wrong for being mad at her.
She was mad in the original show too.
And he's the one who's sorry. What the fuck? He just did exactly what Tila did. This is one of the most hypocritical things I've ever seen in any show ever. I guess it's okay for women to do, but not okay when men do it. Now, if you want to see a strong female character who's pretty badass, check out DuckTales on Disney+.
Yeah, complains when women are flawless, complains when women have flaws.
Donald's sister Dilla and the mother of...
What do you watch all day, Jar? What do you watch all day? Do you watch fucking, like, Uncle Grandpa? Go, like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, please... Do you watch anything that has, like, people in it? I'm not disparaging animation as a medium, but, like, Jesus Christ.
Huey, Dewey, and Louie.
Grow up.
Is actually a really badass, cool, well-written...
We are really talking about the DuckTales remake.
...female character. She doesn't have that stupid haircut, and she actually has this...
Oh, fucking shoot me.
...thing called character development. Because she's not completely perfect right off the bat.
Oh my god, it's fucking DuckTales, bro.
And, dare I say it, she's actually pretty funny. But if you want something a bit more adult, check out Arcane on Netflix. It's a show based on the video game League of Legends, and unlike...
I did just rewatch this.
most shows based on a video game, it's actually pretty fucking good. It has black characters that actually have story arcs and personalities, female characters who are pretty badass, funny, but not completely perfect Mary Sues, multiple different ideologies that get a fair shake, showing their strengths and weaknesses. No one side is a good guy, and they let the audience decide who they want to side with. I can't believe a show that is based off a fucking multiplayer game is actually better than all these other shows.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, genuinely, I will say Arcane is really fucking good. I don't... And also it's like Vi has the DEI haircut, so you know that's oh my god. Yeah, not him comparing an adult show to a kid's show. I don't know who High Guardian Spice was aimed at, because the people who use their service are like 20 and up usually, right? Vi is white though. Yeah, all three of those shows are for adults. All three of those shows I'm pretty sure are for adults.
I don't want to spoil too much about the show, you really should go check it out yourself, but it doesn't start getting really good until episode 3. Now, before I end this
yeah, the first 2 episodes are kind of rough to get through.
video, well, for my longtime viewers, if you've seen the follow-up,
I absolutely despise Jace, though. Dude, I hated his writing. You hated his writing. I think a lot of his decisions are very believable and reasonable. Well, like, I don't agree with the decisions he made, right? Like, Hal and I, when we were rewatching it, she had said to me, like, Jace is very cunt-struck, right? And, like, his dumb behavior led to a lot of the problems, right? Like, Mel Medarda basically manipulates him into creating Hex Tech because she is a hot lady who's going to sleep with him, right? I would recommend... Yeah, I just hate him as a person. Yeah, you don't like the decisions he made, right? Like that's different from saying like the writing was bad. You just don't enjoy like what he did as a person in the show, right? Like Mel basically manipulates him to ignoring a lot of the very clear things, like that could have been brought aside. I mean, yes, Mel is allowing them to work on it, right? She does play a role in it as well, right? How does he have time to create Hex Tech and be yoked? Or like, what's another one? Vi basically bending over backwards for Caitlyn is a little crazy. I think for a lot of Vi's upbringing, her choosing to do those things for Caitlyn is so outrageous. You know, Chase Nation, how we feeling? But you know, the characters, people bending over backwards for people they like or are romantically entangled with makes sense. It just annoys me as a show watcher, but I've also been that person. Right, so I get it, and I see where it is, but it's still one of those things that drives me nuts in the show. I would highly recommend you watch Arcane, and then never play League of Legends.
to the video about my past, well, I had to take it down for a lot of reasons, one of which it got age restricted, but I am going to be re-uploading it with some new stuff added, so please go check it out when it comes out again. It's my birthday wish that you rewatch it, because watch time is very important to the YouTube algorithm. I'm not asking you guys to do that with all of my videos, just this one because it's so deeply personal to me. But after that video comes out, I think I'm going to be taking a break from YouTube for the rest of the year, and for just a little bit I might be uploading videos just once every 2 weeks. I want to make higher quality videos, but my boss is also making me work a lot more often now, and I just really need a break.
Imagine his boss finds out, oh, you think you're working too hard, you're fired! All right. Let's hear what this guy has to say, since, again, this video annoyed Jar so much.
Masters of the Universe Revelations, revelations. They're so profound and irrefutable that he literally repeats all of his points verbatim in both videos.
He immediately loses it to Evelyn, who uses her feminine charm to get him to drop his guard. But then she uses her feminine charm to get Skeletor to drop his guard.
Holy fuck. Holy fuck, we got content slopped, guys. We got content slopped.
Like a character from Baki. Turning herself into a character from Baki, I mean a master of the universe.
He literally just repeated what he said.
So Lynn decides that she's going to destroy the entire universe, and because there's no order to the universe and God is dead, she decides she's going to destroy the universe. You only destroyed fucking heaven! But not before the
Dude, why would Jar even mention this video in his response? This video is owning him right now.
Destroying fucking heaven. Evelyn sees the error of her ways and
I thought this was gonna be like some like mega PC like wah video.
she's no longer evil because in current year women are never evil. But after a battle with Tila, she decides she doesn't want to be a villain anymore and gets reformed again.
Oh shit.
I wonder how much of Jar's content is like this. There must be a lot of content on his channel that is just rehashing the same thing.
Here we go again. The takeaway from those clips I just showed, other than the fact that Just a Robot is a lazy self-plagiarist that sounds like a Teddy Ruxpin version of Saberspark who's running out of batteries, is that Evelyn is grossly overpowered and too easily forgiven for her villainous actions. Unlike Azula, who gets what she wants through manipulation and unique powers beyond the scope of most other characters in the setting, Evelyn gets what she...
This guy is... Now, I wouldn't go to bat for Masters of the Universe, but he is pointing out a very obvious hypocrisy with Jar's critique of Evelyn.
He wants through manipulation and unique powers beyond the scope of most other characters in the setting. And maybe he's right, but how did Just a Robot not notice that Evelyn is played by Lena Headey, who is not just the insanely evil Cersei Lannister in HBO's once-beloved Game of Thrones, but also the terrifying, murderous gang leader Mama in the 2012 Dredd movie? Honestly, an unsung classic. Both were irredeemable, were villains from start to finish, and were both given violent downfalls. Why does any of that matter? Well, those are the exact qualities needed for a female villain to pass the groundbreaking, world-shattering Mechanicist test. What
This guy is literally dog-walking Jar. Holy shit.
is the Mechanicist test, you ask? Well, it is none other than Just a Robot's very own test to determine the good-written ability of female villains. Let's hear it from the Mechanicist himself.
The Mechanicist test. A movie with a female villain will fail the Mechanicist.
See, Jar actually thinks himself very smart. That's exactly what is happening. Right? Jar thinks himself a genius. He really does think he's smart. But he's a fucking moron buffoon. Okay? Like all of those moments in his response video recently where he was like epically owning people by showing the context and facts and logic, or like saying, I sexually harass everybody, right? It's all him like thinking he's a master manipulator genius. He's literally a fucking buffoon who has these anime monologues in his head. Okay? He is the guy who would like come up to the front of the class to present a project, and then when he like bombs hilariously, he starts waxing poetic as if he was Shadow the Hedgehog.
Test if A, the female villain is redeemed way too easily, or B, the female villain is actually not evil.
Before we unpack this any further, I've just gotta say, thank God the Mechanicus test only works on female villains. All of your favorite redeemed male villains are safe. Loki, Roy Batty, Severus Snape, Negan.
Oh, this guy is literally dog walking him. Holy shit.
Gideon Gleeful, Dr. Octopus from Spider-Man 2, Lord Business, Meruem from Hunter x Hunter, the T-800, and of course, Darth fucking Vader himself, who Jar has been using as B-roll for the good villains section of this video. But we'll get back to Vader later.
Jar heard that if you sound confident, people will believe you, but forgot that you also need charisma to pass that role.
While Just a Robot waits until almost the end of the video to introduce it, the Mechanicus test boils down his main problem with so-called modern female villains. He believes they're either not evil enough in the first place, or when they are, they're punished with a finger wag and a slap on the wrist. Jar's main example for the first condition is Disney's Maleficent, as played by Angelina Jolie. And he might have been onto something too, if the 2014 movie didn't change the original story to make her the protagonist. Well done, Jar. She's not the bad guy in this one, because she was never intended to be. Just a Robot even admits that the real villain of the movie is the king, but it's okay.
Also, a lot of DB's villains.
A lot of DBZ villains, yes.
Okay, because he's both super evil and doesn't—
Guys, you gotta remember, this video actually kept Jar up at night, okay? Because you know why it kept Jar up at night? Because it questioned his massive ego that he mistakes for intelligence. I'm sorry that Jar is too zooted out on coke and Adderall to know that it's actually his grand drug-induced delusions.
Get redeemed. So at least someone in this popcorn cash grab passes the Mechanicus test. Fuck it. I'm calling it the Mechanist test from now on, because Mechanicist is not a real word. He also makes the—
Listen, the Adeptus Mechanicus would like to know your location, buddy, okay?
bizarre choice of criticizing Maleficent for overwriting the lore of Sleeping Beauty to make the female villain more sympathetic, then bafflingly says it should be more like Joker, a movie which absolutely portrays Arthur Fleck with a degree of sympathy and doesn't slot into the canon.
This guy is absolutely dog walking him, holy shit.
Of any previous iteration of the character. Seriously, does anyone remember the Batman movie where Bruce Wayne was beating up a 70-year-old dude in clown makeup because Fleck was already 50 when Bruce was a kid? Smells like a rewrite to me. But there's a place for rewrites, and it should have been in this part of the video.
I also heard they did something similar in the live-action Cruella movie, but I haven't seen that movie.
Oh, brother, why did he even include this? Is Jar already out of examples after giving like—
Dude, Jar treated this video like it was a hit piece. And I mean, is it a hit piece? Yeah, but like, this is like a sniper shot that got a headshot, okay? Like, it's a hit piece, but yeah, you're down, buddy.
Half of one? This video title claims that it's about the problem with female villains, and so far, I'm feeling clickbaited. Evelyn was the only actual villain he's brought up, and he fucking Kinkos that shit from a previous video. This video should have been called, I Don't Like What Kevin Smith Did to Evelyn, Revelations. The truly ironic thing is that if he'd seen Cruella, he'd probably love the villain. Not Cruella, she's the protagonist. The actual villain, the Baroness, as played by Emma Thompson, an unrepentantly cruel, greedy, and manipulative fashion magnate who murders Cruella's mother and tries to kill her too, before being arrested and sent to prison for her crimes. She passes the Mechanist test with flying Dalmatian spots. But if Jar thinks that Maleficent and Cruella dropped the ball for giving an iconic villain a—
I think the only reason that people were annoyed about either of those movies is because they're not exactly like the depiction in old movies. That's really it. I mean, as reductive as it is of criticism, that's— people just didn't like the change. That's it.
sympathetic origin story. Imagine if that's sympathetic origin.
I also wanted to mention they did not originally want to take down the video. It was an issue with monetization because it originally contained a copyrighted interview with Stanley. Ah, okay. All right. Well, Jar felt it was him that caused it.
Origin story was stretched across not one, not two, but 3 of the worst movies of all time. Welcome back, Vader. Anakin Skywalker acts like an insufferable little shit for 5 agonizing hours before flipping and committing some religious genocide with a little bit of light child murder on the side, all because some Tusken Raiders killed his mom and he was scared about his wife dying, all of which is forgiven because he doesn't want his crusty old boss to tase his son to death. If we're talking about origin stories that strip the magic away from a once intimidating villain, the Star Wars prequel trilogy is the gold fucking standard. The Cruella—
No, Jar personally destroyed him. That's why I took it down. Jar lied again, basically because he claimed they took it out of context, but it was copyright unrelated to Jar.
Flub isn't the only strange writing choice in Just a Robot's video either. He does eventually get to his second example of a modern female villain, Lady Dimitrescu, which he pretends to mispronounce because he's a hack and can't even remember which game she's from.
From Resident Evil. 7. Oh wait, sorry, my mistake, it was Resident Evil 8. I'm not a fan of the series, I don't keep up with it.
This is hilarious because if he'd played or even properly read the wiki summaries for either game, he'd know that they're both full of critically acclaimed female villains that also pass the Mechanist test. Resident Evil 7 has Eveline. She's an evil, genetically altered little girl who's behind all the horror that takes place in the game and dies a gruesome death at the end. There's also Marguerite Baker, a terrifying half-insect woman who tries to violently murder you.
Marguerite Baker goes so hard in Resident Evil House. Holy shit.
And also dies a gruesome death.
Or whatever it's called. The one with the house.
Resident Evil 8 has Lady Dimitrescu, but she's not alone in the female villain department. Mother Miranda, a calculating, shape-shifting cult leader, is the final antagonist of the game, and is just as memorably creepy as...
Mother Miranda's design is so good. God. Holy shit. You think City Bear passes the Mechanist test, and that's why he defended her?
of the other 4 lords that serve under her. The Rogues Gallery also contains the twisted toy maker Donna Beneviento. She's the boss you fight right after Dimitrescu and has an army of sentient dolls and the ability to bring people's worst nightmares to life. The level where Ethan is exploring her house and fighting against her mind games...
It's so good! It's so good!
...is widely praised as the scariest level in the whole game. She also dies a gruesome death, in case you were wondering. Something tells me that Just a Robot was aware of the existence of other female villains in RE8, but glosses over them because he's 10 minutes into a nothing video.
Yeah, and he's a gooning. He's gotta go goon.
And the sunk cost fallacy has finally kicked in.
Everybody fucking loved that tall undead vampire mommy. And what...
I mean, that is true. I mean, like, per capita goon ratio.
What did they do? Well, they had her die really early on, and the story was focused on this other female villain who no one remembers.
Your editor seems a little thirsty, man. You should ask them to bust before they send you the final cut of the video. Or better yet, fire them. I haven't mentioned it yet, but the editing style of Just a Robot's content is best described as iFunny on meth.
iFunny on meth. Well, you know, that's close. iFunny on Adderall, but, you know, who's counting?
Anytime he worries that the audience might be drifting off, the editor just spins the frame, deep fries some shoehorned viral clip you half remember.
Diesel, you don't understand. She's a woman and women be shopping.
From 2016, and blows your speakers out with the reverb on a fart noise. Come on, Jar. Save yourself the cringe and just edit your own videos. We both know you're not spending that extra time on the script. Oh, and also, he mentions the diamonds from Steven Universe as being too easily redeemed, which is news to nobody. You're telling me that Steven Universe overly relied on redemption arcs for its villains? Stop the fucking presses! You might have noticed...
Dude, this guy is absolutely obliterating the shit out of Jar. I don't even know what I can say. I haven't disagreed with a single point in this video. This is an amazingly well done video. Like, this channel, like, if they really are about writing advice, like, fucking We Are Not Alive is cooking, dude. Holy shit.
That we haven't talked about Spy V's section yet, and honestly, it's because we didn't really have a problem with it. The crux of her argument is that huge mass-market entertainment conglomerates like Disney are shaving down the edges of female characters in order to increase their appeal to a young, progressive audience, but end up alienating that same audience in the process by denying the characters in question depth and nuance. It's an apt criticism, but it feels out of place.
If Jar was actually smart, he could have easily clapped back on this IMO. Like, this guy keeps using protagonists as an antonym for villain. Yeah, that is true. You don't have to agree with what the protagonist is doing ever. They're just who we're viewing the story through.
Alongside Just a Robot's haphazard free association about one of the few things in this video he's actually watched. The main reason why Spy V comes across as more convincing than Jar in her arguments is that she isn't making some sweeping generalization
this got
about
taken down BC. It's a snuff video.
Yeah, it's the death of Jar.
the decline of all female villains. She's talking about a specific phenomenon and the causes for it. The information presented is backed up by market trends that are plainly evident. Laying the blame for a widespread problem on the suits that have a disproportionate control over creativity hits closer to home because it offers a concrete explanation. It's certainly more substantial than Jar implying that every writer after 2010 got their talent energy bent out of them by the Soy Lord. To her credit, Spy V also—
Dude, I can't believe the Soy Lord is coming back with his woke bending. The 4 nations of racists used to live in harmony, but everything changed when the Soy Lord attacked. Only the Chudbatar, master of all 4 racially motivated insults, can restore balance.
also raises the point that there are still many great female characters, villainous or otherwise, in modern media. They're just not, by and large, coming from kid-friendly summer blockbusters or cheesy nostalgia-bait cartoons based on a line of science fantasy toys from the 80s. And she's right about that. So right, in fact, that we prepared a list of female villains from recent years that not only passed the Mechanist test, but are also well-written by real standards. Spoilers ahead, so just stay on your toes. Much like Lady Dimitrescu, Monica of 2017's Doki Doki Literature Club became an online sensation, spawning countless pieces of fan art, fanfiction, memes, and full-on modded versions of the original game. Within the visual novel itself, Monica is shown to be a maniacal, possessive AI who toys with the other members of the Literature Club psychologically and eventually erases them all from existence so that the player character will be forced to love her and her alone. Just Monica, indeed. From Kingsman: The Golden Circle, we've got Poppy, portrayed—
Okay, this movie was just poorly written, in my opinion. But
protagonist doesn't equal hero, and antagonist doesn't equal villain. Just look at Death Note.
Okay, listen. Jar is a robot. He only works in binaries. That's why he has such a problem with non-binary people. Yeah, it's just who we view the story through. It's usually not like that. That would have been a very obvious way for Jar to clap back on this, but again, he's just not intellectually savvy at all.
By Julianne Moore. She's a global drug kingpin obsessed with 50s Americana and power. She'll grind up disobeying henchmen into hamburger meat. She'll threaten all of the world's drug users with a painful death just for her own benefit. And she's even got an awesome pair of killer robot dogs that actually almost murder real Elton John in the movie. In print media, that year also gave us Seiko Osabe from the horror manga Blood on the Tracks. She's a mother who—
This guy absolutely is dog walking Jar with all these media examples. Holy shit. Oh my god.
Get Out has Rose Armitage.
Oh my god, he is absolutely killing him.
Her nasty trick with a mother, Missy Armitage. Part about Rose is how good of an actor she can be when she needs to play.
It's been a while since I've seen Get Out.
And Adora, an overbearing mother. Oh
my god, he's killing her.
After being thrown into servitude, she decides to do what—
Oh my god. I mean, he's just providing examples, countless examples.
And malicious, and with incredible knowledge of in 2019, the second season of The Boys.
Oh my god, Stormfront is such a great example of a female villain. She's so deplorable.
Gave us Stormfront, played—
Holy shit.
And Umbre, spiteful, scissor-wielding doppelgangers who will stop at nothing to kill and replace the—
Oh my god, oh my god.
Unforgettable display of acting range from Lupita Nyong'o. The video game Doom Eternal gave us the Khan Maker. This celestial scumbag—
Holy fuck, this guy is absolutely dog-walking Jar. This guy is media literate as fuck.
Is behind Hell's invasion of our reality, and from her sanctimonious perspective, the death of female Disney villain. In WandaVision, the ancient reality warcraft she won, a very sweet nurse who loved deeply wrong the death of Werewolves Within had—
Oh my Oh my god. Dude, Castlevania has some hotties, by the way. But if you haven't seen Castlevania, it's also very good. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Last 5 years. Most of them are also from incredibly successful pieces of media, too. We could go on much longer, because there's a ton more examples. And feel free to share any we missed down in the comments. But I think we've made the case that this wide trend of female villain decline is entirely imaginary. Look, I can't know what Jar has watched or even heard of from the above.
He hasn't watched anything, that's why.
But for him to make this specific video with that specific title, he should have considered whether the plurality of data actually supported his claims. The thing about proving a point is, you need proof. And Just a Robot just doesn't have it. But hey, we here at the Dire Gentleman channel have now done all of Jar's homework for him, and he can come out of the trenches in No Brains land because the culture war is officially over. I want to clarify. I really don't think Jar is a bad person. I just
At the time.
think he's lazy and desperately in need of a tune-up.
I think Jar's a bad person. I wish to see him hit rock bottom.
And to help,
You know, listen, man. I let me just be clear. I don't have the multi-year long history that people like Leo Convoy or whatever the fucking these ACC motherfuckers have with Jar. I don't have that like multiplicity. I don't have that view of him. My entire reason for hating Jar is so simple, primal, and base. Okay? It goes no deeper than that. Okay? It goes no deeper than that. And he's allowed to clip chimp this if he wants whenever he comes back and makes another reaction video. Because I do want to make a video for when Jar comes back. And I want it to come out the day he comes back. All right? And it's not for any special reason. It's simply because I don't like him. It's simply because he was mean to my friend. And I don't like him. Okay? And he solidified that the day that he decided to try and rip Cat apart on his video. All right? That's it. It's as simple as that. I just fucking hate him.
with that, we're going to take a leaf out of his pamphlet and end this video with a little tip for him. If you want to have more interesting things to say about art, consume more of it. And I'm not just talking whatever Disney
We all know Jar would never respond to him, man. Yeah.
is sharting out, or whatever nostalgia-baked cartoon series is trending on Netflix. Read, watch, and listen broadly. There's a huge wealth of amazing creations in the past, and some incredible stuff coming out right now if you care to look for it. Instead of Joker, maybe you could work up the courage to watch King of Comedy or Taxi Driver. You know, real movies? Jar, you're presumably an adult now, and that means you're allowed to watch the big boy movies and shows. I know your parents probably don't want you watching the ones with boobies and swears in them, but you can watch them under the covers on your laptop
Holy
really late
shit.
at night.
This
and
guy
they'll
is absolutely destroying him.
never even know. I realized that this wasn't much of a serious video, but Just a Robot is not a serious man.
I know this wasn't a serious video, but Just a Robot is not a serious man is insane. Holy shit. Oh my god. Hey, wannabes. I'm pinning this comment for context of where this video went and why it's back now. About a year back, we had an unexpected monetization crisis where YouTube took ads from the entire channel for stolen content. There was no qualification for what this meant or what video is responsible, so we deleted several of our videos, this included, to narrow it down before submitting our case to restore monetization. It worked, obviously, in retrospect, though. The video that was responsible was our unedited Stanley Lee clip, which debunks power scaling. A video that will be sorely missed, but understandably isn't our content. How it got flagged in the first place was probably the work of a very angry power scalers, and that brings us to the response to one Just a Robot. This video is a goofy good time that behind the scenes, mostly the crew had in a hand in writing. Unlike some of my Gus Rants videos, this was something we all had fun with. And in the back of my mind, I always wanted to bring it back to whether or not Jar had attempted anything nefarious towards us. In light of recent events, it seems that like the now or never time to post. We stand by all of our points made in it, and for those that missed it, we hope you watch and rewatch to your heart's content. Oh my god. Oh my god. Can we power scale Jar versus Lily Orchard? That would be so good. Considering recent events, of course, he takes specific note of Azula's age. Holy shit. Yeah, this is why I think those people who like, if you sit down and you watch like movie reviews online, if you're like one of those people that like just watches the rant videos from like Critical Drinker or like videos from Jar or whatever, I just assume you probably don't consume any media and only consume the reviews to get your opinion, right? Because like, I don't know if you guys have watched Critical Drinker in recent times, but that motherfucker is only just, he's all about the woke. The wokety 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 woke. And it's just like, bro, I can't, like, none of this means anything anymore. I don't even understand what the prerequisite for that media is. You know, like, I don't know, like, when does something become woke? Because Santa Inc. is undoubtedly not woke, but it was labeled woke by Jar. I watched my movie reviews from Ben Shapiro. I watch in-depth analyses of horror movies. I'm too scared to see in full. Am I valid? Are you watching In Praise of Shadows? Because if it's him, I got some very bad news for you. God. That was insane. Oh shit. Yeah, this is him doing the American History X bit. My thoughts on race bending. Okay. I think I already know what his argument is in this, and I will sum it up. If you think it's okay to change the character of a white person to a black person, then it should be okay to turn a black person to a white person. This is racist. Ergo, we should just write more original characters. And ultimately, yeah, I think we should write more original characters. I think we're relying way too much on nostalgia. I feel like pop culture has been stagnating in 80s, like 80s nostalgia for like the last 30 years. Okay, I'm ready to move on. We don't need to keep rehashing the same characters, right? But he couches it in a race conversation, and you can ultimately talk about this without talking about race, right? The answer is they're just not making original characters anymore, okay? But let's see if that's what the argument is.
Briefly mention something.
Oh my god, he's doing a robot voice. Oh my god.
About gender bend. Rule 63 and Rule 34 are not the same thing.
This guy has a fucking gender bending fetish. Why is he talking about it?
To everybody who commented on my video, what if Goku was a girl?
That is thinly veiled fetish content, sir. You are gooning. You're talking about your fetish.
Was Rule 63 and not.
Why are we specifying which rule it is, dude? What? No, dude. You're like me when I talk about fucking goblins, but like I don't make it a video.
Rule 34. There are other rules aside from Rule 34, Grandpa. But anyways, now let's talk about race bending. Race bending is when you take a character and you make them a different race. Not only do companies do this, but individuals do this as well.
This is so fucking annoying. Holy shit, the voice in this is so fucking infuriating.
Well, now I just want to be clear, I don't think if someone
insurance
looks
commercial.
like in a shitty CGI insurance commercial.
You know the general auto insurance? It's that one.
Race bends a character, it automatically makes them racist. To me, drawing a character with a different race is no different than drawing a character with a different hair color. And I don't think someone should be canceled on Twitter just because they draw a Pokemon character a little bit too light. Now,
Artists should be able to draw however they want, but boy oh boy is the discourse getting very bad. You guys remember, it was like a year ago now, I covered the an artist who all she would do is like get involved in these dramas, and she would like swing her race around like a sword. She was like an example of one of those like actual woke people who's like absolutely crazy. Amazing stream, one of my favorites that I've ever done.
I'm a lot more okay with race bending when it's done in a fan art form than it's done by a company and it becomes canonical. Unless, of course, someone's trying to race bend a character because they say their race bending fits their personality better. Like taking a
Sunny sucks. That lady sucks.
Character who's well known for being lazy and making them Mexican, or taking a character who's pretty smart and making them Asian, and then saying that you fixed them. I've seen a lot more white characters.
She couldn't take the heat and eventually left the internet. Good, she should stay gone. Stay losing. Maybe you should draw instead of complain about people drawing black people one tone too light or too dark. God.
Race bent into other races than other races are race bent into being white. Now, to be fair, there are way more white characters than there are any other race of character. I don't think if you take a white character and make them a different race, you're anti-white or anything like that. But I have seen a few people take a white character, race bend them, and then say, oh my god, I made them so much better.
Okay, well, could you like show a real example instead of all this like fucking fugazi ass vape art?
I can actually relate to them now. I showed my daughter a Black Princess Peach, and she gasped and said, a princess who looks just like me. Now, personally,
That has happened, though. That's like a real thing that's happened. There's like a video of like a kid who has like a face deformity, and they see the kid from My Hero, and they're like, he's just like me, and he has superpowers. I don't know if that was like faked, or they were like, listen, honey, I'm going to turn on the camera. Please fulfill my woke ideology or something, but like maybe. I don't know. I've seen it.
Never caught myself relating to a character because they have the same skin color as me, and I've never even caught myself wishing that a character was the same race as me. But skin me. Now, personally, I have never caught myself relating to a character because they have the same skin color as me.
I also relate to characters that aren't Puerto Rican at all, but I've already explained how like being Latino is like really weird for identity in America specifically. But yeah, he also never lacked like representation.
I've never even caught myself wishing that a character was the same race as me.
Yeah, because if you went around saying, I wish Static Shock was white, you would have sounded like a fucking psycho.
But of course, I am a white synth robot. Most characters are white. Even anime characters look like they're more—
I've basically, as a Hispanic American, I have resorted to just going, like, anytime there's a character who's, like, even slightly Latino coded, I go, what do you mean? That guy's just like me. But I also, I'm like, Goku, that guy's just like me. Oh, Guts, that guy's just like me. And they're not just like me at all. Static Shock as a white guy is a bad mental image. The only game that has like good, like, the only game that has like really decent and a lot of Latino representation, I don't know why, but Valorant is just like loaded with Latinos. Why are there so many Latino agents in Valorant? Like, what the fuck? I don't know if you want to be Guts. He struggles just like me. He's literally me.
more white than Asian. So I can understand people wanting representation. But do you know what would be even better than race bending a character to get your representation? Making your own character! Even if you—
Wow, it's crazy how I predicted and also stated his argument in a single sentence, and this video is 12 minutes long.
Race bend a character and the race bend becomes the more popular version, like how Black McFury is way more popular than—
The only Latino anime character is Noah's from Bleach.
Dude, the only Latino anime character that I remember ever seeing is in, like, Cyberpunk Edge Runners.
White McFury. people are still going to know or eventually find out that the character was racially bent.
You draw race-bended characters because you love drama. I draw race-bended characters because I still can't blend colors properly.
That's good. That's good.
But I thought that. Then you're not. Everything I know.
Almost every character from the anime Megalobox is Latino. Huh. Okay.
It's a lie.
People in the future are going to find out that some of their favorite
Dude, it's Latinx Turner, dude. It's Latinx Turner.
characters that they relate to are racially bent, and they're going to see this as a form of white nationalism. Those of you who are watching this video 100 years in the future and your society is going through this right now, I just want to say...
What? What is he? I couldn't understand anything. He just sounded like, what?
Everything I know is a lie.
People in the
I guess Sheen is Mexican. Sheen Rodriguez. I almost am certain he's Mexican.
Future are going to find out that some of their favorite characters that they relate to are racially bent, and they're going to see this as a form of white nationalism.
They're gonna race bend characters, and they're gonna see it as a form of white nationalism.
Those of you who are watching...
What does that even mean?
This video 100 years in the future and your society is going through this right now, I just want to say, I called it. I mean, to all of...
What do you... I actually don't even understand his argument here. It's so poorly presented.
You who want to race bend a white character into something else and have it be canonical, are you really okay with a hand-me-down that the whites are already done using? No.
Yeah, Rick Sanchez. Rick is Mexican.
No, I don't think you do.
I really think when it's not that it's a hand-me-down when they present it. I feel like people try to present it as like, this is the new thing. Isn't the new thing so cool?
I think my absolute favorite race bending is when they take it. I think my favorite race bending...
Dude, did he not like edit his old videos?
Is when they take a character...
Why do you leave that in? He like edited it into the video.
With the word black in their name, and then they make them black. Like how Black Canary was originally white. And then in Suicide Squad, they made her a light-skinned black woman.
Wasn't that Birds of Prey or whatever? Did anybody like Birds of Prey? I'm almost certain nobody liked that.
Sometimes I don't even understand why they even bothered to race bend a character, like when they made Heimdall black. The Norse gods are...
Who gives a shit? Those movies suck. Fuck you. Idris Elba's great and whatever. Dude, there are so many other problems with it. Listen, the Norse representation in like fucking Marvel, like it's so... Hold on. First of all, if you read Norse myth, none of the stuff that you experience through the MCU is anything like the original Norse myths. Okay? Heimdall is so different in the MCU in comparison to how Heimdall is in Norse myth that it does not fucking matter. There is such a difference. What I do have a problem with is things like Assassin's Creed, which say they give a shit about the mythology and history and then take a big old fucking steaming pile of shit all over it. But the MCU is like really loosely based on the mythos and like takes a lot of creative liberties. Even the comic books take an obscene amount of creative liberties with the original interpretations of those characters.
Traditionally white because Norse mythology was created by some of the whitest people on Earth. And no.
And by the way, the Viking show is great, and also the Viking show, if you haven't seen it, don't watch the new one. Vikings Ragnarok sucks. But the original show is still like racially diverse, but like, you know, it makes sense for why different ethnicities and races are where they are, right? Like a lot of the reasons that like Chinese folk end up in like the Viking city, they're brought in because, you know, the Vikings went raiding and some of these Chinese folk were on the Silk Road. They were either like captured or they were merchants working with Europeans and the Vikings came in. And like you know this because it's like explained in the show very well. But you know, nobody watched Vikings, so.
Oh, the Vikings weren't black just because a few of them had braided hair. But you know what? Let's just say Heimdall's race was changed for representation. Well, is he going to do anything?
There's also some amazing Middle Eastern representation in Vikings that shows like what the culture was like, how they were living, and like what the politics were of the time. It's so good. It's so good. Vikings Ragnarok sucks.
Race swaps are okay if we like the actor enough. See Nick Fury and Jessica Alba as Sue in the Fantastic Four movies.
That's really it. Yeah, if the actor and the acting is good enough, they get through it.
Cool? No, not until the third movie. One of the Warriors 3 was also made Asian, and no one cared. They even changed out the actor in the second movie, and no one noticed. And when he died, no one cared. I mean, I'm just saying.
Nobody cared about those movies anyway.
If you're gonna race bend a character, at least have them do something cool. The Witcher was even worse at this. Despite taking place in a white fantasy world, the cast was extremely diverse. Now I know what you're thinking, but hold on just a robot, you like Game of Thrones and that's extremely diverse, what's the difference? Well, in Game of Thrones they explained it. A lot of the characters were different races.
Yeah, because they spend all the time with like the world building. The Witcher show is bad for a myriad of reasons, right? It's not bad because... It's not just bad because What's-Her-Face is now like Indian, I think?
Came from different parts of the world. You know, just like in real life. And before someone uses the "it's a fantasy world" argument, well, would it be okay if the Witcher...
Oh, you guys got owned. Jar just said the thing. Jar just said the thing you said.
Was a time-traveling ice cream salesman instead...
So, like, alright. The like world of The Witcher takes place in like a fictional Central Europe, so generally everybody's going to be like vaguely Caucasian. I'm almost certain the Nilfgaardians come from a more southern region, so generally speaking, they would have been a little bit more tan. They would have been more Mediterranean, right? But the way that it's like done in the Witcher TV show is like very haphazard. The Witcher TV show has a problem with respecting its source material and just being like, it really does feel like a fan fiction, right? So like the race swapping in that comes off as like very strange and egregious because it comes off as like, oh, well, you just threw it in there, right? And I've read the Witcher books and played Witcher 3, right? Like there's so many times where the show was like deliberately like not respecting the source material or acknowledging a lot of what made the writing so good. So like the race swapping was like a microcosm issue of their larger disrespect and dislike of the book series and games.
Of what he is in the show. I mean, after all, it's a fantasy world, so anything goes and you can't complain about anything whatsoever. But let's just go with the argument, it's a fantasy world, they can do whatever they want. Well, because they make every town and village look like New York City with how diverse it is, I never know where...
They don't even do that, really. Some of the main cast is character swap or like race swapped, but those race swaps are very strange in the context of what this universe is. Because the Witcher universe is a very, like, grounded universe, right? You guys, if you've never played the game or like read any of the books, there is a lot of racial tensions and nationalist tensions between the different nations that exist inside the Witcher universe. Okay, there are people who are accepting of the Nilfgaards and very excited that they're like in an invading power. Okay, and there are other people who are not, and like a lot of those things are very important to a lot of what's explored in those books.
The Witcher is in the show, because every place looks practically the same. If one kingdom was more white or one kingdom was more black, I would at least know where the Witcher was. But instead, every location, kingdom, city, or anything just blends together in the show. But let's say you disagree with me, that you always know where the Witcher is in the show.
And then part of that, it doesn't have anything to do, like the race part is like, it doesn't fucking matter that much, right? But like none of the places in the show are visually represented culturally, right? So think about how the Lannisters dress and act and how their hold in Game of Thrones looked. The people who were vassals of the Lannisters, you'd be able to tell because they dressed a certain way, they talked a certain way, they acted a certain way, even though they looked racially and ethnically similar to the Northerners and the Starks or like the Baratheons, right? You'd be able to tell that person is from up north because they wear furs. They don't wear silks, right? those different things help put a sense of place, right? That's what I mean with world building. So it's not even with them being black or white. They really didn't respect that this is a place that exists geographically. Chat, can say all the slurs now. I'm leaving.
Show, and you think the diversity actually makes the show better instead of worse. Fine, I can vibe with that. But no, it'd be nice if all the non-white characters actually, you know, did something.
And yeah, in the beginning of Witcher 3, Geralt talks with another Witcher about not getting too involved in politics in order to maximize job opportunities.
The black elves just stand there. There's a black elf wizard who does a little, but nothing as impactful as what the white characters are doing. They only race bent the background characters. They're not doing anything.
They didn't just race bend the background characters. But yeah, that's why the like they just didn't like there's no sense of place, right? The different where you're from should change how you dress, not just what race you are. Okay? It should change how you talk, right? The ideology associated with the Starks carried into the people they ruled over. So people from the north had a huge sense of honor and dedicated responsibility, especially to their region and where they lived. Okay? Right? That shows in the acting and in the costume design, okay? But in The Witcher, none of that showed because they didn't care. And like the elves of color thing really doesn't matter that much in the grand scheme of them not paying attention to those aspects. The elves of color thing is just like a downstream issue to a much larger issue of them not caring.
The three main characters are white, the comic relief is white, and most of the side characters are white.
What are you talking about? Who's Geralt's love interest? The Raven Witch that I'm drawing a blank on the name of. Ciri is like his surrogate daughter. There's red-haired witch lady and then black-haired witch lady. Yennefer. Yeah, Yennefer is like is a main character in the plot. Tess, yes. Yeah, Yennefer is a main character in The Witcher, and he hasn't mentioned Yennefer at all being race swapped.
It's only the background characters.
Okay, but like, do black characters in fantasy really only have to be inspired by African American culture? Why do we box them into only the realistic culture in a fantasy novel? That's a great point. Triss, not Tess. Oh yeah, it is Triss. It is Triss. Triss Marigold. Yes, Triss Marigold. Since watching Arcane again, I've been exploring Runeterra as a world setting. They really do run the gambit on where they're like getting their cultural references from to develop their world.
To are diverse. You also have Dragon Prince, where there's a white kingdom, but for some reason the king is black. Did Tyree...
Who gives a shit? It's a kid's show.
Did Nasheed write this show? What is going on? Now, race bending can sometimes work, like with Miles Morales. At first,
oh my god, dude.
I used to hate him. I thought they were trying to make Peter Parker black when he was the whitest kid ever. And I also didn't see the purpose of making Spider-Man black because, well...
I know Axis was talking about that. Oh no. Jar never reads the comics. Well, I gotta be honest, I don't think Jar watched The Witcher either. Because I don't think his critiques of The Witcher show that he watched the show. Okay? Just like I don't think he explored Into the Spider-Verse or any of Miles's comics.
He's covered more than a ninja. Not one part of his body is actually showing when he's wearing the Spider-Man suit. But then I found out Miles Morales was, well, Miles Morales and not Peter Parker, and he was from an alternate universe.
Oh my god.
And the movie did an excellent job at handling him. In fact, one could say the movie was kind of like The Last Jedi done right. I'll link a video down below that goes into this really, really well. Unfortunately, because of Miles Morales, Marvel Comics was trying to race bend and gender bend to several of their characters.
I don't think that was why they were race bending those characters, but okay.
Sure, were handled far worse than others. My absolute favorite is and shall always be Asian Hulk.
So the thing is, with all these race bending in Marvel, the answer is always they're from a different universe. So you can't really use that argument there because of the way that the world is set up.
You see, they couldn't just gender bend Hulk and make him into a woman, because She-Hulk already existed. They couldn't make Hulk black, because he would just turn green again, and if he turned a different color other than green, that might be perceived as racist.
Black Hulk, where he turns into a big black guy. Sounds so fucking unhinged. What?
So what did they do? They gave him squinted eyes. Genius! And of course, there was that infamous Harry Potter play. Here's the Harry Potter cast for the movie, and here's the Harry Potter cast.
I have seen that play, by the way. I have seen the Harry Potter play. It's very good. Okay? And the race changes did not take me out of it at all.
Cast for the play. Notice anything different?
Hermione is black. Which, by the way, Hermione, in the original run of the play, Hermione was black. And then when I went to see the play, Hermione was still black. So they made that the intention with this play. I know Hermione was not black in the book, and that is like some J.K. Rowling historical revisionism.
That's right. Ron is not a ginger. Now, sometimes I don't blame a studio for race-bending characters. In America...
But honestly, like, none of my enjoyment of that play was, like, ruined by Hermione being black.
If some character was originally supposed to be Asian, but they cast a white or black person to play them, I understand. There's not a whole lot of Asian actors in America. Or in the Japanese Attack on Titan movie, it's supposed to take place in a European country. But the actors were all Asian, because Japan is a majority Asian country. Or the Bollywood version of It. Yes, there is a Bollywood version of It. And as you can imagine, all the characters are Indian because the movie was made in, well, India. But all in all, this is just my opinion. So what do you guys think? Can you not stand it when a character's race is changed? Or do you think it's completely harmless? Tell me in the comments section.
Do you think he was one of those people that was confused and pissed off about Rue being black in the Hunger Games? He's never read a book.
Section down below.
Yeah, your point? It's like, yeah, but we live in America, Jar. I think Jar might just be racist, and Jar's answers to that better not be, but I have a black roommate who whispers sweet nothings in my ear.
My eyes have seen the glory of the cleansing of YouTube.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Debunking SJ.
Dude, this guy is never going to... He's never beaten a racism allegation.
W's and feminazis too. We criticize reactionists and hope they get the boot. Just the robot marches on.
Oh. Okay, now I'm a bit of a Yandere Dev expert, so we've got to click on that.
I'm worried about being called lazy. I'm worried about...
I'm just gonna...
getting a reputation as a bad game developer. I'm worried that everything I've worked for will collapse, and all of the work I've put into the game will be for nothing.
Of all the Greek heroes was hubris, and the sin of hubris is all too familiar to game developers. Look no further than Phil Fish, a guy who made a really...
Is Yandere Dev becoming the new 2Mad? Yandere Dev and I have quite a history, so...
good game called Fez. But over time, he started acting like his fans owed him something, and to
No, he always acted like an asshole, because he is an asshole.
punish his fans, he said he wasn't going to finish the game he was working on. But has Yandere Dev committed the sin of hubris?
Not only has he committed the sin of hubris, this predates his nonce stuff, by the way.
Or is he just a victim? Well, that's what we're here to find out today. Now, real quick, up until this point...
Why would you even... This is such a ridiculous hypothetical. Why are you doing this? Like, I know you're trying to be contrarian, and obviously you're going to show, oh, he's not a victim. But it's just like, fuck you, Jar.
I didn't really care about Yandere Dev. I didn't want to make a video about him.
Yeah, I don't know. You and Yandere Dev have a lot in common.
I have gotten request after request to talk about him, so I'm finally caving in and doing so, because it's what a lot of my fans want. And to my fans, I owe you everything. I am a mere servant to all of you.
You know, I tried buying that chalice off of him, chat.
Now, Yandere Simulator is a game where you play as a Yandere. A Yandere is someone who's obsessively in love with someone, and they'll do anything for their affection.
Dude, this guy is a definition of essay padding. Holy shit.
Maybe even killing. As someone who's dated a Yandere before, let me...
No, you didn't. No, you fucking didn't. No, you fucking didn't. You didn't date anybody before.
I tell you, it's absolutely terrible. She wanted us to have an open relationship, but she...
Jar, you're not fucking me enough. I need to go get some dick elsewhere. I'm gonna open up the relationship. Jar says, no, I don't want to open the relationship. I'm gonna leave you. Oh, this is just like a Yandere.
also didn't want me talking with other girls. It's pretty hard to have an open relationship when I can't...
She just wanted to cheat on you. Why would you say this?
Talk with anyone else. It's a bit bizarre. Oh, and no, this person isn't serving mythos.
Maybe she meant maybe she was onto something, being like, Jar, don't talk to other women, because Jar was yapping with other women all the time.
A game from the perspective of a yandere is certainly a bizarre idea, but a lot of people were very interested in it. Even people like Markiplier and motherfucking PewDiePie were excited for it. I, myself, didn't really care for it. So once the game finally came out, I knew I wouldn't hear about it. But 6 years later, it still hasn't come out, and I have heard of it not coming out. I'm not much of an indie game guy. Cuphead is the only real one I played. So because...
Of course it is. God, dude, you are so like an archetype of somebody that has neurodivergency.
Because I have no real attachment to Yandere Simulator, I realize I'm the perfect person to talk about it. Yes, I am saying my opinion is better than yours. Now, from what I've gathered about Yandere Dev, he has worked on a few games before this one, but none of them...
No, he hasn't. No, he fucking hasn't. They're all like terrible vaporware garbage that doesn't fucking work.
Were nearly as...
And then his time working on video games in the industry was him being like a fucking tester, okay?
As this one was
He's
going
a complete hack fraud.
to be. He was pretty much a nobody before this game was announced, and because of it, he got a lot of fame really, really fast. This created two issues. Number one, it put him in the spotlight too soon. I know a lot of us want to become the chosen one, like in Naruto or Harry Potter, and a lot of us also want to get famous on YouTube. And me, along with pretty much everybody else who uses this website, want to get a lot of views and subs really, really fast. And while that does sound like a good thing, it puts a lot of pressure on you. People without fame and fortune...
Everybody who comes in is like, that fucking thumbnail is insane. Thank you.
Dream of having it, but people who do have it fear ever losing it. And this leads us into our second and even bigger issue, Yandere Dev trying to keep the game alive as long as he could. Instead of focusing on the main...
No, he doesn't fucking work. Okay? Everything he does is like busy work. All right? What people don't understand and for some reason still propagate is like, oh, Yandere Dev, like, you know, he was trying to keep his career alive this whole time. No, that's not what was happening, okay? Yandere Dev would, like, goon max by himself and spend none of his time fucking working on anything real, okay? It was like a bottomless pit of busy work that meant nothing to finishing the project, okay? It was not that he was trying to keep his career alive, because he doesn't think that far ahead.
Game and the little details later, he was focusing more on the little details, such as Easter eggs and transformations, allowing the player to turn into Saitama and one-punch people, along with a whole bunch of other transformations. My personal favorite is the Captain Falcon transformation, but because the main
What? This is literally like essay padding, dude. What the fuck? Did ChatGPT write this?
game wasn't finished year after year after year, people became more and more impatient. And ironically, what Yandere did to keep the game alive ended up killing it. As Master Uguay once said, one often meets his destiny on the road he takes to avoid it.
Yandere Simulator has a lifespan. The game is only alive for as long as people are interested in it. If people lose interest in the game, it's dead.
Yes, and that's when he started coping about how he can't finish the fucking game, because if he finishes it, he's gonna have to work on something else.
If I release frequent updates, people will remain interested in the game. If I release updates slowly, people will lose interest in the game, and the game will get closer to death.
This made Yandere Dev go from being famous way too fast to becoming infamous way too fast. He wasn't used to so many people...
No, he became infamous way too fast because he was fucking crazy, you moron. What did you watch one video on him? Go onto his website. At the time of this, his website would have had the page where you should get rid of all like Yandere Dev had this like debunk page, right? If you went on the debunk page, you'd realize that this guy was hated not because he wasn't finishing the game, but because he was fucking crazy. Okay, the reason people got mad at him originally was because he wasn't finishing the fucking game, but then everything after that was him just immediately lolcowing out and spurging out all the time. He wasn't hated for not finishing his fucking work. He was hated for being an asshole.
Criticizing him and insulting him, and because of it, he lashed out at them. Now, I totally understand. I have lashed out at a few of my fans from time to time, but you have to be really careful with it, because once you're a public figure, anything you say or do will be held against you. One time this guy was causing problems in my Discord server, and one day I banned him, but because I said so to him 2 times, he took a screenshot, sent it to someone else, and they made a paragraph-long comment about how they lost all respect for me.
Oh yeah, well, you know, honestly, in hindsight, everything bad that people say about you must be true. I have no other feelings about it than that, okay? Like, fuck you.
And no, don't expect your audience to hear your side of the story.
Yeah, he says this, yet the Cinebear video happened. Exactly.
They blocked me. Over time, Yandere not only lashed out at specific fans, but his fan base in general. He even said to people to stop emailing him stupid emails because he spends 8 to 12 hours a day responding to them.
Yes, and that should just go to tell you that people hate him because he... Whatever, this guy's stupid. Jar is so stupid.
9 days were spent answering emails, leaving me with 1 day to make this video.
Now, here's the thing. I don't check my email, but I do read comments. And I try to read every single one of them. But around the time...
If you try to read everybody who says I try to read every single comment has like some masochistic fucking disorder, okay? Because I don't fucking read comments after like the first 30 minutes. All right? Because you read them and you're like, wow, this is terrible. Like if I wanted to just watch people say the most uncharitable things about me, yeah, I'd come to my YouTube comments.
I made my Has-Been Hotel and Hell of a Boss review, it just became too much. I was reading through the comments, and after an hour I decided to refresh the page, only to find out that there was 3 times the comments. And I'm not talking about every single comment, I'm talking about the ones with people actually saying something important, not including the ones saying things like LOL, OMG, or at 1 minute 25 seconds you said this and made me rufflecopter. It was just too much, and that was just me reading comments, not even responding to them. I understand it's important to interact with your fan base, but only do a maximum of it 2 hours a day, and spend the rest of your time working on something that
Not the guy who's like microdosing fucking Adderall to finish his work, telling me how to manage myself. This guy who takes 30 milligrams of melatonin does not get the right to tell you how to manage your fucking day.
All your fans want. Don't focus on giving your fans what they want one at a time. You gotta look at the bigger picture and budget your time properly. But it is possible that Yandere Dev is just making this shit up. But no one knows for sure. But if he is telling the truth, he clearly doesn't know what the Streisand effect is. If you tell someone to stop doing something, they're just going to do it.
Time to check my email. I bet I got way less than usual.
However, there is still a good chance for Yandere Dev to redeem himself. But
that aged poorly.
Unfortunately, everything I told you happened before 2017.
He had half an edible once, holy shit.
An artist by the name of Sozo Micah, sorry if I pronounced her name wrong, did a whole bunch of work for him, remodeling the characters, making everything look good, and a bunch of other stuff. She was only a teenager at the time, so all she wanted was credit and not money. And Yandere didn't even do that. God, I'm getting flashbacks to Madame. And she's not the only one who—
Shut up, fuck you.
Has had problems with Yandere Dev. There are dozens, and I mean dozens of stories from people who have worked with Yandere Dev, and most of them are pretty negative. They range from being overworked, to being underpaid, to being fired because they were trying to fix his really awful code. Now, I am a college dropout, but when I was in college, I was learning how—
You're a college dropout, yeah, it shows. I'm sorry, I don't want to be disparaging to anybody in the audience, but come on, he's a moron.
How to code video games. Long story short, it was way too complicated, hard, and not really fun for me.
Yeah, so you went on YouTube to go do media criticism that requires literally no effort whatsoever. Okay.
If you're going to ask me if I can give you advice for coding or show you how coding works—
I don't want advice from you, period. I think you should drown yourself in the ocean right now in Minecraft.
To be honest, I forgot everything I learned. I just remember there are if commands, open brackets, close brackets, and—
Yeah, you and Yandere Dev should compare notes, honestly. Fuck you.
No, the basic stuff.
Dude, I hate this guy so fucking much, dude. Holy shit, I really hate this guy. Oh my god.
But even someone as unexperienced as me can say that his code is absolutely atrocious.
Shut up, you don't know shit.
Lesson I remember them teaching me is that code is not just for you. It's for everybody who's working—
Oh my god, this guy is such a fucking armchair intellectual. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Your project with you, so you need to make your code readable. But after looking through his code, I finally realized what the problem was. Yandere Dev was not prepared to work on a project like this. He was not even prepared to hire others to work on a project with him like this. If your
He wasn't prepared to be let out to the fucking loony bin.
code is this bad, it's just gonna make even
Why this video is literally this guy must have watched a video on Yandere Dev and then just decided to copy whatever that guy said. I would not be surprised if he watched one of those videos that's like an overview of Yandere Dev and I'm a programmer, right? Or he watched so I saw Right Opinion show up, so I'd imagine he watched the Right Opinion video and then when did this come out? 4 years ago. So maybe when that guy did that video about the code in Yandere Simulator, right? So he watched those 2 videos and then decided to go and make a video about Yandere Dev.
work for everyone else. It's like trying to build a building on top of a really poor foundation. You can throw as much money at it as you want, but the building is not going to be a good building, or get finished in a reasonable amount of time. Now, I'm not Yandere Dev, and I don't know him personally, but I have a guess of what he's going through. He did not expect to get this big so fast.
I have a guess of what he's going through. Plays clip of him literally goon maxing on stream.
And he thought he owed it to everybody to finish the game.
No, what is this cringe editorializing? You've done the same thing before already.
He also did not want to lose the spotlight. He didn't want to admit he was in over his head, and now 6 years later, it's too late to turn back.
He's an absolute insane person who believes he's just a fucking genius, okay? Much like you.
Coders like Dr. Apex, in 2 weeks, has vastly—
Oh my god, this is aged so poorly. Holy shit. There's no fucking way that this drama happened at the same time. This video is accidentally Jar defends a pedophile.
Improved the game and fixed the code. Now granted, because Yandere Dev was working on the game for 6 years, he did have a blueprint. So it's not like he could do this from scratch in 2.
You guys gotta understand that this Dr. Apex fucker, or Apis motherfucker, was like involved in a side story with Yandere Dev where they were like grooming people or something. Why is this video so familiar? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think he like just is plagiarizing, okay?
Weeks. At least I don't think he could. But the point is, why his progress is working so much faster is because he has a good foundation. He has the same blueprints to the building, but he has a good foundation. Another YouTuber by the name of WNM is doing the same thing as Dr. Apex. But Yandere Dev—
Okay, it's Dr. Apius, first of all, but second of all, Jesus Christ, dude.
Wants him to cease production, and if he doesn't, he could commit self-deletion. I can't say the dreaded S word or YouTube will demonetize me. Not that it would really matter, because Yandere Dev has also been accused of copyright claiming videos. As far as
I don't think the copyright claiming thing is a valid thing that's been brought up against him. But he has suicide baited before, and I'll just say it. Okay, fucking influencer language must die.
I'm aware, he so far only copyright claimed 2 videos done by one guy, but that's how it always starts. As far as I'm aware, he so far only copyright claimed 2 videos done by one guy.
2 videos done by wrong guy. Oh. Striking the game sleuth. Okay.
But that's how it always starts. Just a couple here and there. But over time, they'll copyright claim more and more. Just like Susie Lou.
Copyright claimed 2 of my videos. He did himself. I'm talking with him in email right now. I said I was going to repeal it, and that's it.
It's not like Yandere Dev would have ever litigated those things anyway. He's got the money to burn, but he's like too stupid to do that.
I have to wait 180 days for them to expire. He legitimately attacked me.
Now, Yandere Dev, I'm sure you have faced legitimate harassment, and you do—
Oh my god, dude, this is the most like velvet gloved wearing a video on Yandere Dev I've ever seen.
feel that people talking about you are just doing it for the views and subs.
Me.
You even said so in one of your videos.
Channels that are dedicated to ridiculing and shaming.
That video was insanely uncharitable, okay? That video by Yandere Dev was like the biggest like fuck you, like he literally could have invoked more damage on himself than doing this video, okay? There's no charitability to give because the people that were mocking Yandere Dev were doing so very justly.
Other people. These YouTubers make money by degrading, debasing, and defaming others. Eventually, these YouTubers will hear what the gremlins are saying about you, and then they will start making videos about you. It doesn't benefit them
to
to
portray— when Yandere Dev would pretend to be a cute girl. Yes, Dr. Apius did claim that they were a female.
Portray you with accuracy and honesty. It benefits them to exaggerate your flaws and depict you.
This was peak Yandere Dev. Like this moment, this was like his peak. I know that sounds horrible, but this was his peak.
As a cartoonish caricature.
Because like, you know, now that he's had his like pedo crash out moment, like there's nothing left
of who you really are.
But here's the thing, even if people are doing it for just views and subs, a lot of what they're saying is true. Yes, I understand that Yandere Dev has created a debunk page where he has debunked—
Yeah, and if you'd go through it, you'd realize why people fucking hate his guts.
A few of the people talking about him. Granted, a few people have debunked those debunks, but—
Yeah, because every single thing that he's put on there is like a lie through omission. Are you fucking kidding me? There's no way that you should give that any charitability or any credibility. What the fuck is wrong with you? Are you crack? Are you on crack? Are you an idiot? What is one take if someone holds it on Yandere Dev and instantly invalidates anything else they have to say? Literally what he just said. Literally what he just said. Because 0% of that debunk page is legitimate. Not some of it is legitimate. 0% of it is legitimate.
But you get the point. At least he's doing something. The problem
No, that's an insane thing to do. If a person does that, they're crazy.
is he didn't do this until really late into the game.
No, what are you fucking stupid?
And now with everything I've talked about in this video, it seems that the end of Yandere Dev is upon us. Flying
Oh, little did you know.
close to the sun is fun, but eventually your wings will get burned. If there's anything I want you all to take away from this
Wait a second. Why was he mentioning hubris at the beginning of the video? Wasn't it Icarus who flew too close to the sun?
developers, look no further than Phil Fish, a guy who made a really good game called Fez. But over time, he started acting
Yeah, what the fuck? I'm not stupid, right? Like,
is Greek mythology. The main sin of all the Greek heroes was hubris. And the sin of hubris is ultimately
so why did he make the Icarus comparison at the end of the video when he starts by talking about hubris in ancient Greece?
too familiar to game developers. Look no further
And wait a second, is that a picture? Is that a painting of Icarus falling from the sky?
than Phil Fish, a guy the main sin of all the Greek heroes was hubris. And the sin of hubris is
Hubris was
Herbrus.
It's spelled wrong. Herbrus. Herberus, the Herberus of Jar. Yeah, okay. I needed to double check because everybody was so fixated on the Herberus part that I needed to double check that. Dude, are you fucking kidding me? No, see, this one might be edited by Jar because he's really bad at spelling things.
But you get the point. At least he's doing something. The problem is he didn't do this until really late into the game. And now with everything I've talked about in this video, it seems that the end of Yandere Dev is upon us.
The famous three-headed dog, Kerberus.
Flying close to the sun is fun, but eventually your wings will get burned.
Yeah, literally he makes a reference to Icarus at the end of the story, but talks about hubris at the beginning. And then spells it Herberus.
If there's anything I want you all to take away from this video, it's what not to do on the internet.
This guy is so stupid. We need to put him in a straitjacket, chat. Oh my god. He references a different story. He spells hubris incorrectly. And he's charitable to Yandere Dev. I can't. Every time I watch a video of this guy, it's like a new piece of like reason to dislike him. You know? People who are, dude, this guy's the living Dunning-Kruger. I know I'm doing the same thing he does where he like mentions a thing. Is there literally 200 people watching me talk about how much I hate this guy right now? That's insane. The fact that there's more than 20 people watching me talk about how much I cannot stand this guy is insane. All right, let's go back to an old video. Let's see if there's a video talking about a drama that I remember. What are my political views? Ooh, I know that's him talking about another drama creator or another like a bread tuber guy, but that one's definitely how to not get canceled in apology videos. We gotta watch that one, guys, right?
TLDW, this is why you don't homeschool your kids.
All right, this one seems very prescient. Maybe Jar should have looked back on his old work to figure it out.
Fear the end of their... Most people fear the end of their existence. It can come out of nowhere. One minute you have all the time in the world, and the next minute, it's all gone.
It's funny how quickly things can fall apart. One day it seems like you have all the time in the world, and then the next, it's gone.
Oh, I'm not talking about life. I'm talking about being an internet personality. You never know for what or when you'll be canceled. Maybe you were live streaming and you suddenly screamed out the N-word. Maybe you lied about a drama which caused people to dig into your past about other
Not the dream drama.
dramas you have talked about.
The dream sex mod.
Maybe you're completely
John Swan catches.
innocent in the allegation.
Dude, same thumbnail, same type of title. My response.
Allegations against you are false, but too many people are against you and they won't listen, or maybe you don't have the evidence to prove your innocence. Maybe you were associated with someone who did a lot of bad stuff. Did you do something that most people didn't have a problem with until later? Maybe you had a series where you reviewed video games, and the lowest ranking for a video game you could give was the ranking retarded. But now...
Who is he referencing here? Who is this supposed to be a reference of? Why is he dressed up as a girl? What is happening?
People are talking a lot more about mental health and saying the word retarded is as frowned upon as the N-word. You never know how society is going to change. But the point is, a lot of people are angry at you. You're losing subs. People who used to collab with you on the internet are now privating the videos they did with you. Maybe they're making...
Did Jar make this after surviving an ACC drama? Is he feeling like he's an expert in surviving cancellations?
their own videos saying that they never knew how horrible of a person you were until now, despite all the times you helped them out when they were in a jam. I know cancellation will come for me one day. It comes for everyone.
Oh shit. Oh my god, this is Apollo with the gift of prophecy, bro. Holy shit. Holy fuck, that's fucking amazing. That's beautiful.
It's not a question of if it will happen to me, it's when. When I finally do get canceled, I know there's going to be a bunch of dates under this video as to when I got canceled.
The last comment, haha. This was an early sign of what was to come, huh? Wow. Wow, you should have watched this one first.
Will it happen in 2025, 2022, or maybe this year? We won't know for sure until it happens. The bigger you get, the higher
3 years.
the chance of you getting canceled goes up. Most people don't give a shit if someone with only a few thousand subscribers does something, but if the same thing is done by James Charles or Shane Dawson...
I don't think cancellation is inevitability. It's not like an entropic force on the internet that's bound to happen. That's like an insane thing to say.
Everyone will care. You made a video trying to defend yourself, but it got way more dislikes than likes. Maybe you're innocent, maybe you're guilty, but now it's time for the YouTuber apology. The first question is, should you even bother?
Well, let's see what kind of advice he's gonna give. We reviewed a lot of YouTuber apologies on this, right? This predates the Colleen Ballinger worst of all time.
I made a YouTube apology video myself, and I lost about 250 subscribers. And
No, not.
a little over 10% of the video had dislikes. Believe it or not, that's a good outcome. At least it went over way better than Shane Dawson or James Charles' apology videos. Now, one thing Kneecap said that was very good is there's only two things that can get you permanently canceled. PP around kids and yourself. So as long as
PP around kids and yourself? What is around yourself? PP around kids and yourself. So you can cancel yourself and PP. So like pedo stuff? Yeah, pedo stuff. I've never heard PP before. That's really weird.
you haven't done anything pedo related, most people should accept your apology.
This video aged so fucking well.
That's why James Charles and Shane Dawson's didn't go over so well. And by PP around kids, I mean if you blow out the candles on your 18th birthday cake, make sure to break up with your 17-year-old girlfriend or boyfriend the day before.
Okay, that's not the same thing, Jar.
Cancel bots do not care what the law says. In their eyes, you're the adult, and they're
cancel bots.
This was probably after the ACC beef he had with Omnia and her ex, which happened due to his videos on the Toby drama. ACC community was
I need to sit down with Beckett like it's the fucking Library of Alexandria and he's the head scholar at the Research Institute, okay, to figure out Jar's history, man.
Kid. So if you're being canceled for anything even close to pedo related, best not to even bother apologizing. The only thing I can recommend is to debunk the claims about you. Now I'm gonna go over two different situations. Cosmodor and the
Debunk the claims about you? Interesting. Hold on, let's go back. Let's find out how to do it.
Close to pedo related, best not to even bother apologizing. The only thing I can recommend is to debunk the claims about you. Now
Well, that didn't age very well, now did it? Because I didn't need to know that you have a gender-bending fart fetish. Am I extrapolating and editorializing and condensing your points? Perhaps I am.
I'm gonna go over two different situations. Cosmodor and the Spoctor drama.
Cancel bots versus Wokacons.
Cosmodor was
Wasn't Cosmodor a nonce?
19 and he dated a 15-year-old and had plans.
That age gap is insane. And he was your friend, Jar? Did you say he was your friend?
Cosmodor and the Spoctor drama. Cosmodor was 19 and he dated a 15-year-old and had plans to meet up with them. Two drama claims about you. Now I'm gonna go over two different situations. Yep. Cosmodor and the Spoctor drama. Cosmodor was 19 and he dated a 15-year-old and had plans to meet up with them. To be fair, he did live in Germany at the time where the age of consent was 14. And just
which is insane.
Just because you're meeting up with someone doesn't mean you're
I need a shave badly.
Pappy let the beard grow. Sorry.
I need a shave.
Going to have sex with them. The problem that Cosmodor faced wasn't just PP around kids, it was the yourself part.
The PP around kids, we gotta throw the PP around kids discourse out of the window because I don't like that.
As much as Cosmodor likes to say, if I was 18 and they were 17, people would have still been just as angry with me. The problem was he kept on lying about the situation, making himself look more and more.
Cosmodor was also Spoctor's friend, who is also friends with Jar, and he had CP on a flash drive. So Jar did know Cosmodor. I'm hearing that correctly, chat. I'm asking genuinely, right? Because Spoctor had CP on a flash drive. I'm beginning to notice this trend with Jar, though, right? Jar's finding himself in very precarious positions on the internet, man.
More guilty, and confirming to people that he knew what he was doing was wrong. On top of that, less people had a reason to trust him. If Cosmodor was honest...
Listen, man. I don't give a shit if Cosmodor has passed every single lie detector test on Earth. Okay? I'm never trusting that motherfucker.
He would have gotten a ton of backlash, but he would have eventually been able to make a comeback. The final nail in the coffin was when he did it a second time. Now, Spoctor's allegations were much more harsh. The age of people he sent, sexual messages to were as young as 13. And he apologized for...
Cosmodor tried to lure Harley TVS into a bed with him in a hotel room after Harley expressed disinterest in anything with him. He told him he got 2 rooms, only to find out it was 1 room and bed. Jesus Christ.
For everything he did, which just made him look really guilty. Luckily for Spoctor, someone made a video defending him, and then shortly afterwards, a lot of other people, including myself, also made videos defending him.
So this guy gets outed for being a nonce, and you defend him. Interesting.
Why were people, including myself, defending him? I mean, 13, that's pretty damn young. Well, the thing is, he was 16 at the time, and the 13-year-old was also about to turn 14. Sending sexy messages...
Is that what happened? What is this? Jar, you're like way too old to even be having any of this discussion at all then.
Messages to someone when you're underage and the other person is underage and the gap is only about 3 years is way more easier to defend than someone being an adult, the other person being a minor, and the age gap being 4 years. On top of that, as far as I'm aware, Spockter didn't do it again, so that's good on his part. Another thing that will help you become more cancel-proof is what kind of content you make. If you're a really edgy YouTuber, then you have more edgy fans that are a lot more willing to forgive your actions.
No, because like edgy content creators are like, I don't know, for some reason, like always neocon Andes who are just like, no sex till marriage, motherfuckers, okay? So that's not genuine at all. So if I just came on here and said the N-word, it wouldn't save me from being canceled.
That being said, you'll be called out a lot more than a politically correct YouTuber. And I mean a lot more. However, if you're a politically correct
Is that a Homestuck OC? What is it, 2006?
YouTuber, a lot less people are going to look into your past or try to expose you for any of your wrongdoings. Call Me Carson was a pretty politically
Oh my god. This one I was in the room when it happened, chat.
correct YouTuber, but as soon as it was found out that he dated a 17-year-old when he was a 19-year-old, all hell broke loose. Pyrocynical is a lot more of an edgy YouTuber.
Oh my god, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
The Spockter drama is a rabbit hole in of itself.
Oh my god. Dude, the Call Me Carson stuff started when I had met Carson and his crew at PAX. PAX comes to a close, and then the Carson stuff happens. Dude, I was at Fanuele Hall in Boston, eating a fucking burger with like Ted Navision and like Call Me Carson, Quite, Wild Spartans. We were all chilling and getting to know each other. And then literally like a few days later, the stuff with Carson dropped. Wild. I need to contact Brandon. It's been a while.
So when it got found out that he was 19 and sending sexual messages to a 15-year-old,
I've been in the space so long that it just happened, you know. I mean, good for like the rest of those guys, because like, you know, Slimesicle, all those motherfuckers got really successful. Now you guys might wonder why I might have a little bit of inadequacy issues.
A lot more people were willing to forgive him. Of course, the best example I can think of for politically correct YouTubers.
Diesel is ancient. Yeah, dude. I remember when like Slimesicle had like no viewers. J-Schlatt too. I played like fucking laser tag with them. There's like an alternate universe when I'm in one of those ensemble cast of videos. I let myself be totally construct, and that's why I didn't hang out with them.
Easing stupidity, love the super chat animation.
Thank you. That was done by Kat. Didn't Slimesicle run to FBI on Carson? I have no fucking idea. Because my group didn't really... We only hung out with them, like, at cons and stuff. We never really, like, hung out with them, like, on Discord or anything.
Being exposed for doing not very politically correct things is Creepshow Art. In my video about Creepshow Art has a lying problem. I said if Keemstar or Turkey Tom or other edgy...
Petition for Diesel to learn about Hamilton HIV living Tumblr drama.
That you're like, that was like that's a sleeper agent phrase, okay? Yeah, the Carson stuff was so long ago, dude. That was so long ago. I'm so old. I'm so old. Now I hang out with the edgy YouTubers who are hated.
YouTubers were exposed for something like what she did, no one would have given a shit.
No, everybody would have given a shit if Turkey Tom fucking did the shit that Creepshow R did. Nobody would have cared if it was Keemstar, but they would have cared if it was Turkey Tom.
Think of your friend who's a total asshole or a total bitch. When they say something that's, well, bitchy, you don't care as much, but you would care a lot more if your polite friend did it. Never forget about the expectations
Yeah, BreadTube would have eaten Tom alive.
people have for you. Every YouTuber pretends to be a lot more PC than they really are.
That's fucking bullshit. That's... What, you think we all go in VC and we're like the most racist people imaginable? Yeah, obviously I'm a little bit more racy when I'm not on live, but I'm not sitting here with the preponderance of me being the wokest motherfucker on planet Earth. You guys know I'm a little edgy, but you guys also know that I'm not like a homophobe.
I hate to rip the band-aid off, but YouTubers get up.
Dude, we are not sitting around in VC going, N-word, 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 N-word. Say a slur, Diesel, we give you the card. Don't get me wrong, guys. I say slurs. I just, I don't say them on here.
Up to a lot of questionable stuff when the camera isn't rolling.
And I don't use them as a disparaging term directed at a group of minorities.
It's almost like they're flawed people who aren't perfect and make mistakes.
No, because you're like using that as like a shield to describe why you're a piece of shit.
Creepshow R did what she did anonymously, thinking her identity would always be private. But
Because
unfortunately
she was
for
crazy, yes.
her, it wasn't. And because she built her audience around calling people racist, sexist, homophobes for a lot less than what she did, she looked like a massive hypocrite. That also goes for Mundane Matt. He was flagging people left and right, thinking that no one would find.
Dude, Matt Jarbo being brought up, dude, the fucking boulders. Edgy leftist is the only type I can tolerate on the internet nowadays. Right before Destiny got canceled, I saw a clip of him talking to Nick Mullen from like Cumtown and Adam Friedland show. I've never heard the term dirtbag left before. I don't know where that comes from. Is that a millennial thing? Oh, dude, the boulders. Dude,
Hypocrite. That also.
Matt Jarbo, today he made Polly the polar bear say the N-word. Polly the polar bear, don't say the N-word. Polly the polar bear. Today's word is the N-word.
Goes for Mundane Matt. He was flagging people left and right, thinking that
Yeah, and he got like absolutely blown the fuck out.
no one would find out 100% for sure that
What do you mean? Everybody knew it was him the moment it happened.
was him. But once he came onto a live stream, people forced him
Oh my god, that was peak Ethan Ralph, dude. Holy shit.
to show his flagging history. If he didn't show it, well, he would have looked guilty either way, so he really had no choice. The point I'm trying to get across is just because you think you're doing something anonymously, if it's on the internet, it's not anonymous. If you're going to try to be politically correct on the internet and call people out for, well, saying things that politically correct people disagree with, then make sure you're not a massive hypocrite. Because once...
Well, like, yeah, ultimately he's describing being morally consistent, but like the reason you got canceled, I know I'm like talking to you in the future now, right? It's not even like your moral consistency. It's you defending something so undeniably irreprehensible, okay?
people find out, they're going to give you the...
Same guy who complained Cinny Bear released his DMs, yeah.
same charitable interpretation you gave to everybody else. Because that's what...
So it's like not even about being or not being a hypocrite, right? You got canceled because you did something completely repugnant, right? But a lot of people, they do like YouTubers because they have like a certain air of, you know, like honesty about them. Like when I say I hate you, Jar, I'm being like really honest, right? If I like turned off the camera and was like, Jar, you're my best friend.
You built your audience around. Creepshow Art lost the most amount of
Diesel, when will you join the Gunpla Mastergrade Elite? Dude, Leo Convoy in the chat. I just don't have time to build master grades. You know, like I have enough time in my day to build an HG, but that's it.
subscribers percentage-wise out of any YouTuber. Why? It's because she built her audience around bashing people for doing, well, what she does. I try not to say, wow, yikes at someone who does, well, what I do. Like when I did
we're getting a lot of cameos tonight in the stream chat, man.
video on Ostrich Fox and he apologized, I accepted it and gave him a charitable interpretation because
Diesel, I think you're moving up in the world. Respectfully, I don't know if that's what we'd call moving up in the world.
I know I'm going to be in his shoes one day. Whenever I'm in a drama with someone and they make an apology video and they genuinely mean it, I'm a lot more willing to accept it than, well, let's be honest here, pretty much everybody else. Because
well, you wouldn't believe that anybody giving you an apology is being genuine, you doofus.
I'm going to be in their shoes one day, and I don't make videos to end the career of someone.
Yes, you do.
Make videos to call them out on their actions or to figure out what the truth is.
No, you don't. You don't want to figure out the truth at all. You're so... This guy is so... I hate him so much.
Call them out and they apologize, then my work is done. So why don't certain YouTubers apologize? For example, well, Creepshow Art. When Mundane Matt apologized, it was too late. Too many people...
No. It doesn't matter. It didn't matter what Mundane Matt did, okay? The guy got on camera and cried, okay? If you're a grown man over the age of, like, 23, 22, and you get on a camera and you cry about false, like, copyright striking people and apologize... Everyone's going to think you're the biggest loser on planet Earth, okay? It doesn't matter if it was too little too late, all right?
We're already angry at him.
His entire audience was based around those creators he hopped on stream with.
I originally thought if Creepshow Art apologized, she would have only lost 10 to 20k subs. And to be fair, she would have probably lost a lot less. As I said earlier, there's only two things that can get you cancelled, pee-pee around kids and yourself. Well, Creepshow Art didn't really do any pee-pee around kids stuff.
PP around kids is just an outrageous statement, dude. I can't.
Aside from allegedly having images of
With
someone...
Diesel, he was collecting boulders. Yeah, I know. Boulders are worth a lot of money. You know, he was out collecting boulders with his kid.
They were 15. The problem this time was...
Really, he would have gotten out of it if he had Polly the Polar Bear.
...herself. Because
Cloudy,
she
get out of chat. I stole you.
...lied about what was going on, she made herself look even more guilty. And now less people are going to trust her, even if she
Yes,
does...
ma'am. Bye, boss. Guys, we can't all be whipped to hell. Creepshow Art actually stalked someone for years IRL and had loads of CSAM, but Jar wanted to keep her around. Okay.
...does have evidence to prove her innocence. But why wouldn't she just apologize? That's the real question. I think it was because the lolcow leak revealed enough about Creepshow Art that people could have gone to past dramas she was involved in or started.
Yeah, because people could see that a lot of her past dramas were based in weird shit.
And shown that she lied in a lot of them. I'm not going to go by all of them, but as you guys know, I am an expert when it comes to the Hopeless Peaches drama. And the fact that she was talking about Hopeless Peaches long before the drama with her started really proves that she was planning this all from the start. And that's just one out of many dramas. So she had a choice. Either lie and say this wasn't her, or apologize. If she apologized...
She should have just lied and said it wasn't her. That would have been really funny if she just doubled down. I've heard rumors that Creepshow Art's creeping around these days and she's back. There's a few YouTubers I know that were canceled really hard and they're back and they're on channels doing something else now. I've just been, you know, they keep their nose out of stuff, so I just haven't said anything. There are some commentary YouTubers that would, though, but I won't.
I changed my stance.
No, I'm Alex is not back. I recently spoke with someone about I'm Alex.
Probably would have lost several tens.
He's still gone. He like went back home and nobody has heard from him. He's like dropped a bunch of people.
Thousands of subscribers, but I still don't think it would be as bad as it is now. Prisme Luke has made several promises that he would apologize, but he hasn't. And he still has the perfect opportunity to. He could just throw Creepshow under the bus, say she put him up to making the Hopeless Peaches videos. Why won't he apologize though? Well, your guess is as good as mine. So the main thing I want you all to take away from this video is that sometimes you need to apologize. Not everybody will accept it, but if you can get the majority to accept it, then it's a good apology.
You know, I think I know of a way that Jar wouldn't have gotten dogged on for that 48-minute video, guys. I think if he apologized, he would have been okay. I think if he was just said, I was wrong for doing that video, and then didn't tell us about how he, like, sexually harasses everyone and totally doesn't have a fart fetish, even though that image came from a behind a paywall Patreon, you know, then everything would be fine.
If you did anything questionable with kids, don't even bother, there's nothing you can do. That's why EDP never apologized. Speaking of apology videos and people being cancelled, I recently got more racist allegations, yay! Hopefully this is the last time I'll ever have to talk about it, but I'll talk about that on my old channel, not this channel. So if you want to know what's going on with that, check out the video that I'll link down below.
Dude, this didn't have the great glory of the cleansing of YouTube on it. Yeah, I mean, obviously, an apology should be genuine. Yeah, obviously. But, you know, we live in the era of optics, and I'm an optics Andy, so if he just ate crow, I would have been like, whatever. But honestly, his answer was much better. The 48-minute video was much funnier. Oh yeah, I wanted to watch his video on his politics. Is this him responding to JREG? Let's find out. Let's see what this is. Let's see what this is.
People see me as a disgusting, evil, conservative, anti-SJW. And
okay, but it's like you say all the things that camp would say.
Other people see me as a...
Every apology going forward should have a fart fetish allegations section.
Red tuber who turned his back on the anti-SJW community. So I decided that I'm going to go over my current political views in this video.
No! God, please, no! No! No!
I'm going to go through my...
Jar, what if I pulled up your voting records? What if I did that, Jar?
I can do that. I know how to use a public record system.
Opinion on economics, BLM, LGBT.
I don't want to know what the white guy has to say about the race relations.
Feminism, religion, my opinion on freedom versus safety.
Yeah, check what party he's registered under. Dude, Jar is really bad with his technical security. Again, like I knew it was him because the password was Star Wars related.
Views on America, the president, and all that good shit. If you disagree with any of my political opinions, get the fuck off my channel. I mean, I don't even expect half of you to agree with all of my political opinions, so if you disagree with me, that's fine. We can agree to disagree. But please, for the love of God, don't be—
This is like the most horrifying video ever. I can't imagine being a YouTuber and making an opinion, like a video like this. This is outrageous.
Be one of those people who twist what I say
libertarian? Yeah, I'd say he's probably a libertarian, right? He probably fucks with gay people, loves guns, doesn't like woke, but like cringe libertarian
version it can be possible. But before I get to that, I have to talk about my upbringing. I grew up in a very Christian conservative family.
No.
I was homeschooled for most of my life.
Oh. Nah.
I hated every minute of it. My motherboard was a super hardcore Christian conservative robot. She taught me that abortion was murder, that communism was the worst thing ever, and being gay was immoral. You know, all that classic Christian conservative stuff. I talked about this a little bit in my video, how I
almost committed self-deletion. Great, I gotta go watch that one too.
Almost committed self-deletion, and some people have fucking used it against me, which...
Me! Oh my god, I haven't had this much passion since I discovered Beckett, you know what I mean, man? I hate you, but you know, you complete me, man.
I don't know why. You do know that most people tend to disagree with their parents' political views, right?
Not really. That's not all the time, man. Sometimes we become like them, you know?
When I say my motherboard was a super hardcore Christian conservative robot, I'm not saying she thought I was.
Did you hear about the shooter today who mentioned Turkey Tom in his manifesto? Yeah, I did. I thought Scar completed you. I need a new one, okay? I'm like, you know, I need a new one, you know?
Going to hell for playing Dungeons and Dragons, no, no, no. Me and one of my friends got really into Nostalgia Critic, and we were mocking one of the movies he reviewed.
Scarlet Reaper's pretending to be Russian these days. So he's around. He's not dead. He's back.
The Dungeons and Dragons movie with Jeremy Irons, and that was enough for her to think I was a Satan worshipper. She tried to control every aspect of my—
Why am I getting like a life story out of Jar right now? I really was just like, my political views are blank, 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 but I don't know why we need to know like how he was born.
My life and brainwashed me.
He's like trauma dumping to me.
As much as she could to get me to believe everything she believed in. She really fucked me up with how much she kept me isolated. If I disagreed with her on anything, it meant I was going to hell. My motherboard used to have a personality outside of being a Christian, but over time she just, you know, flanderized herself. It's all she wants to talk.
Using a TV tropes page to describe how your mother was very Christian is really insane. Using the term flanderization for a real person is just a wild statement.
About, and she keeps using the same boring, tired arguments over and over. Look at the sun. That means God is real, and it also means my God specifically.
The church shooter was from New Zealand, by the way.
Is real. And I just don't mean my God as in Jesus, I mean the version of him I think of. Anyone who disagrees with my version is going to hell. It really sucks because whether I'm a Christian or not, she thinks I'm going to suffer for all eternity. And she thinks despite trying to bring—
Dude, he must have some really bad mommy issues. He's talking a lot about his mom. He's got some serious mommy issues. Dude, every time there's like a guy with mommy issues I cover on this channel, they're like really fucked up.
Brainwashed me for 15 years, it will just take her another 15 minutes for me to completely change my worldview and agree with everything she says. She's not a flat earther, but she does have a few flat earther friends, but my motherboard is a young earther, and she did everything she could to teach me that the earth was only 6,000 years old. I'm so thankful to my fatherboard for being somewhat of a centrist.
My fatherboard couldn't come up with like a good like computer-ism there.
Well, he's not too big of a fan of the LGBT community. He has a lot more nuances to the way—
Oh my god, this explains exactly why Jar has his bisexual repression and that he keeps saying that he's straight, even though he keeps telling that he's gonna sleep with his boyfriends in his Discord.
He thinks, and he's a pretty chill Christian. But of course, my motherboard still thinks he's going to hell. Now I could go on and on about my motherboard, but I don't want this video just to be about her. I just need to use it to explain what my upbringing was kind of like, because I do believe your upbringing really affects your political views. Now, I also grew up in the most liberal state of all, California. And I mean the liberal parts of California, I wasn't living in the upper part of the state. Thanks to my motherboard, my views on conservatives wasn't really all that positive. But thanks to a lot of the really hardcore liberals in California, I wasn't really on their side either. Maybe I'll go over
I'm a radical centrist.
why in another video, but I don't want this to be too long. So for now, I just want to say, I'm not a liberal, I'm not a conservative, and I'm not a centrist. Liberals and conservatives tend—
So then, listen, man, this is America. You're a robot, and you've operated in binary to this point. So the fact that you want me to understand the nuance of this situation is quite wild.
to want too much control over my life for me to like them. And centrists just hold up the status quo. In a world full of Nazis, a Nazi is a centrist. In a world full of communists, a communist is a centrist. Socially, politically, I identify as a libertarian.
Oh my god. So guys, when I was definitely alt-right, I publicly told people I was libertarian. That was cope. I've told the story a billion times how I went to see Milo Yiannopoulos talk. Okay. I like I said, I went on Facebook and I went through my former like chat, which was with all my political friends in the political club I was in. And I went through it recently, right? And I'm looking at the memes. By the way, all of us are Hispanic in this club, right? Almost first or second generation Latinos, right? Either from the Caribbean or South America, right? You would have sworn we were a group chat of white nationalists the way we were talking in there, and not a single one of us was white.
I believe if you want to spend time with your same-sex partner defending your marijuana fields with shotguns, go.
Oh my god. Dude, this guy is Reddit politics, dude. Not the stereotype, but some of you Latinxes are wild. Okay, dude. There's a reason I always make the joke about, white race savior, you're looking browner than I remember. Because I was in that community. They are a lot browner.
Go for it.
Now, politically speaking, I consider myself to be a libertarian. I say if you want to be with your same-sex partner defending your marijuana fields with shotguns, go for it.
But what about my views on economics? Am I one of those libertarians who believe taxation is theft and you shouldn't need a driver's license to drive a car? Well, I'm not an economics YouTuber. I rarely, if ever, talk about economics on any of
Hack it up, Tinkerbell.
my YouTube videos. All I know is right now everybody treats socialism like it's the greatest thing ever, even though almost everyone I ask about it tend to have completely different views on what socialism actually is.
Could you imagine trying to have a political discussion with this guy, dude? This guy has like such the foggiest understanding of how politics operate on like the basic level that I don't actually think he's capable of having a discussion on like a high policy level, especially when it comes to economics. Yeah, just a robot. I don't think you have strong opinions on economics because I don't think you understand what GDP is.
But a lot of people just pretend to be socialist. A good example of this is the OK TikTok boomer girl in the Bernie shirt.
Why? Because she's rich? I mean, she did commit domestic abuse, but that is a different story. Also, this was hella cringe. Let's just be honest. I think we've had enough time pass and this is actually just cringe.
Because
she what? Yeah.
Surprise, surprise, she's a champagne socialist and lives in a 2 million...
Yes, oh my god, yes. God damn it. We know, motherfucker. We know the socialists be like, we're rich. Yes. Dude, this is... Again, I don't want to be like a Destiny orbiter. And I know Destiny is being canceled right now, very rightfully so. But there was a really interesting point that was brought up, and it is definitely worth mentioning. I don't know when this started happening, but there's like a lot of really... I'm sorry, Diesel's getting political. I know none of you fucking come here for this. I don't like doing it either, but he brought it up, so now we're here, okay? But like, people like Hassan, and you can like Hassan if you want, but he is definitely a champagne socialist, right? Those guys used to say, oh, you know, you're closer to being like in prison than being an ultra wealthy millionaire, an ultra wealthy billionaire, right? It used to be millionaire when they were discussing these things, because let's be real, even if you're like a middle class person, you're still closer to being in prison than you are being a millionaire. But Hassan's not going to say, you know, you're closer to being a prisoner than you are to being a millionaire, because he's a millionaire.
$1 apartment.
But it's like, and I get it. Oh, they're hypocritical because they're wealthy. Yes. Yes, you need affluent people supporting you. Yes. I just wish that the affluent people were just honest about being wealthy. When I'm rich, motherfucker, you'll know it. You'll know it. I'm going to drive a nice car. I'm going to be in a nice house. And I'm going to have a nice big bumper sticker that says, go fuck yourself on the back.
When I found this out, no. It's kind of funny when you watch a YouTuber who's originally a communist, but once they start making more and more money, they become more of a socialist. Then eventually they
Because you're never going to sell anybody on the idea of communism.
just want specific things like free healthcare or
When I'm rich, there will be signs.
free education. I think a lot of YouTubers just pretend to be socialist because it sounds like the moral thing to do, and it's something they'll never have to deal with the consequences of because it's never going to get.
No one would know if I was rich. I would buy land in the mountains and enjoy my fortune. You'll know I'm rich the day I come on the stream wearing a suit of knight armor. I won't say anything else. I'll be wearing that, and then that'll be the bit. And I'll be like, this was a business expense. And then I'll end stream.
Past Congress. Like, I'm a bit of a Bernie bro, but I'm a Bernie bro because I know it will be the greatest thing ever. He won't get a single policy passed. I'm a bit of a fan of UBI, but that's because I think it would be way better than, you know, the system we have now with food stamps and unemployment checks. Plus, 9 times out of 10...
Silence except clank, clank, clank. Well, that's when I'm having sex with my ChatGPT robot wife. Because I'm rich.
When a socialist or communist state gets created, it ends up becoming state capitalism. Don't get me wrong, I do see a lot of problems with our healthcare system and our schools.
I cannot believe this guy is telling us his hot takes on policy. This is so fucking funny.
System, but I have a lot more faith in socialism and communism when there's, you know, a lot more automation and our technology advances.
Guys, the fart fetish robot is telling us about, like, why UPI is better than
much more. I mean, let's be honest here, us robots like me are already taking all the human jobs, and once AI is powerful enough and basically every single job is taken over by a machine, then you won't need to work to make a living, and humans can focus more on the arts. Also, why is it that almost every socialist or communist I know—
This guy was fucking with Andrew Yang hard, man. Yeah, he's okay with UBI, but not disability.
Don't have a job. I'm not saying you can't have an opinion on economics if you don't have a job, but what I am saying is that no one is going to take you seriously. So what I am saying is that I'm not an economics YouTuber. If you want an economics YouTuber, go watch Vouch or Seamus or something.
If you want an economics YouTuber, go watch Vosh. And I think I'm gonna put myself in the dirt, chat. It's like he mentions the worst possible guy, dude. Wild.
Economics YouTuber. If you want an economics YouTuber, go watch Vouch or Seamus.
You see, this guy, Vouch says short stack goblin, but what he really means is elementary schooler and horse.
Famous or some shit. Now, as for my opinion on the LGBT community, well, first of all, I don't think the LGBT community is really
I don't think the LGBT community is real. End of statement.
real. Gays have their own separate problems.
Whoa, okay.
I don't think the LGBT
How do you live in California and you've never gone to Pride, motherfucker?
community is really real. Gays have their own separate problems from lesbians. Trans people have their own.
Is that your like really coded way of talking about the lesbian of domestic abuse issue? This guy is just a takes machine, man. No wonder his video on City Bear was bad. His takes driver was just an overdrive.
Separate problems from lesbians, and you shouldn't always just lump them all into the same category. I think maybe gays do have it worse than lesbians, because I met a lot of people who don't support gay marriage but are totally cool with lesbians.
No, dude, this guy is like trying to just okay. Those are straight men who don't like gay guys but watch lesbian porn. That's what you're talking about.
And right-wing trans people are the funniest fucking people I've ever met in my life. In fact, my childhood friend who was homeschooled like me and became trans was actually the one who radicalized me into becoming an anti-SJW. Because of my mother, I became homophobic, but over time
Because of my mother, I became homophobic.
Became way more accepting of the LGBT community.
Being exposed to all the hate towards the gay community, I quickly became homophobic. Hating on gay people became part of my lifestyle.
But I support
Hating on gay people became part of my lifestyle.
them for kind of libertarian reasons. Basically, hey, they ain't hurting anyone. It's their own life decisions. Let them make it. But according to the Bible, it's a sin. Yeah, well, so is eating pork, so who gives a shit? As for trans people, I honestly really don't get it, and I've tried so hard. A lot.
But you do understand gender bending porn and why it turns you on. Interesting. Interesting.
A lot of people said, well, imagine if you were born as a woman. And to be honest, I don't think I would give a shit. If I became a woman right now, all I would think is, oh fuck, now I have to deal with bleeding from my vagina every month.
Dude, this guy is totally gonna like either one day Jar's gonna recognize that he's actually gay or something. Like I'm totally calling a Deadpool on Jar coming out as part of the LGBTQ in the future, 110%. Yeah. Bro be like, I don't get transness, but wax it to Futanari where he's the bottom.
Disgusting! I might get canceled for saying this, but trans people are actually really good for advancing medical science. Because
okie dokie, that's the weirdest way you could word that one.
Doctors have learned so much more about the human body by putting people on hormone replacement therapy. When you get down to it, it's pretty much the only form of legal human experimentation.
What an insane take. What an insane take. We cannot be saying that about people's medical care, bro.
When you get down to it, it's pretty much the only form of legal.
Yeah, defunding trans healthcare, LGBTQ research, here cis people. He's right for the wrong. He's describing it in a way that makes him sound like a psychopath. That's the thing.
Human experimentation. And yes, gender
he's like explaining why medical research is good and why we should always push for a better future, but he's like explaining it as if he was Adolf Hitler. Gay Hitler be like, I love trans people because they help me fund my fun experiments. Gay Hitler. Oh, pansexual Hitler. Pansexual Hitler loves the trans people because it advances my medical science. Yeah.
The assignment surgery is still in its testing phase. I understand non-binary people even less, like, I can't really comprehend how you can not identify as a gender.
What are you doing? He's clearly a Nazi! Actually, it's they're clearly a Nazi. Wait, what? I really would prefer you use my they-them pronouns. But you're a Nazi!
Trust me, I've talked to a lot of non-binary people and I've tried my best to understand it, but I just can't wrap my head around it. But at the same time, I'm a libertarian.
Well, he is a robot. Please see my previous joke about binary.
Identify with what you want, and I'll do my best to call you by your preferred pronouns.
Can we get Boblax and Jar in a room and so they could hash this out?
Now, don't get me wrong, a lot of people, most of which are on Twitter, are very annoying when it comes to their preferred pronouns. You know what I'm talking about when you say to someone, bro, calm down, and then they scream, my pronouns are they, them, you're so transphobic.
That's like that's a fake person. You just are making that person up. Okay? And if that person is real, they're like a teenager, and then their opinion is invalid, and you can move on with your life.
I'm not gonna lie, people who identify as non-binary in real life are 100 times less annoying than non-binary people online. I don't even think trans people and non-binary people should be put in the same category. I mean, it's a bit—
They're not. That's why they have different labels, you fucking ignoramus.
bit different when someone is born as a man and they wear dresses in public and they want to go by she, her pronouns so they can feel more comfortable with their gender identity than someone who says, hey, I don't feel like 100% of a man or 100% of a woman, so call me by they, them pronouns. Like, there are a lot of people who argue if non-binary people and trans people should be put in the same category, but I'm on the side of, no, they're in different categories. And if someone wants to use the argument it's just not natural, it is. Most lions and giraffes are gay. Frog.
Dude, that presented with zero contextual evidence makes him sound like the craziest guy ever.
And clownfish can change their genders.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin'
Dude, isn't it crazy that Alex Jones is on Ozempic now? Dude, he's fucking thin now, dude. Dude, listen, Alex Jones is like, dude, 5G bad for you, but Ozempic based. It's crazy. I didn't expect that kind of overlap, dude.
Crap. I believe in my life.
He looks better fat, though, personally. I think Alex Jones looks good fat with a beard. Making him skinny, it's wrong.
Lifetime, or at least in the next couple hundred years, virtual reality is going to be so good that you can identify with whatever gender, species, or anything you...
I'm sorry, but if I gotta wake up in a Ready Player One universe where I have to go talk to my coworker that looks like Roxanne from Hell of a Boss, I think I might actually unplug myself from the Matrix.
want. In a virtual world, you can totally identify as an attack helicopter.
Oh my god.
You can look like one too. Like in a virtual world, if I want to be a hot anime girl for a day, there's nothing stopping me from doing so.
Me going to work at Geico Insurance and I'm dressed up as a hot anime girl.
In this virtual world...
Dude, this guy is so... Oh my god, between the Fuda stuff and the gender bending stuff. Guys, I think Jar might be trans. I think he's questioning. He just doesn't know how to get there because of his political views and his upbringing.
Even fucking otherkin will be accepted into our society. At first, sexuality was pretty simple. If you're a guy who likes guys, then you're gay. If you're a woman who likes women, then you're lesbian. If you're a guy and you like fucking women, you're straight. If you don't like fucking anyone, you're asexual.
Oh, I'm mixing Roxanne and the other dog girl from Hell of a Boss. Sorry, I get my furries mixed up sometimes.
And if you like fucking anyone, then you're bisexual. But I will say trans people made everything a lot more complicated. Like when
Luna, yeah.
My friends told me that now he had a boyfriend, and when I met him, they looked exactly like a woman because he just started taking hormones. And I
Oh my god, this guy is so neurodivergent.
know this might come as a shocker to you, but as they looked more and more like a man, eventually my friend broke up with them because they're not actually gay. I just think sexuality...
Oh man. Well, you know, man. Sorry about that. You know, sometimes shit happens. Relationships are complicated. I don't think it's the place of Jar to judge.
has something more to do with, you know, someone's fucking sex than their gender identity. Like, my roommate can come out as a woman to me, but I'm not gonna suddenly find her attractive. And don't even get...
My roommate could come, but I'm not gonna... What? So he's respecting the hypothetical of Dr. Dreadlock's pronouns? What?
You started on pansexuality. What a pansexual is someone who wants to date all genders. They're
I cannot have this guy explain to me LGBTQ and fucking gender spectrums, and this is like concentrated, like fucking the worst thing ever, dude.
not bisexuals who just want to fuck men and women. But
you don't understand sexual. This is not even you don't have sex. You don't know what this discussion isn't for you, Jar. You don't have sex with people ever.
I have a question. Has any bisexual, you know, started making out with a guy or girl and then they said, by the way, my pronouns are they, them, and then the bisexual went, ew, that's disgusting.
This is not, this doesn't happen like that. Oh my
god. I only date men and women, not these mystical third genders. Like, is that...
This is totally how real life goes. You know, if somebody's got like that feature about them, you know, as like a straight man, I'm just like, you know, that's not something I'm interested in. I'm like 26. I have like specific things I'm looking for in a relationship. Like, I don't know long term whether or not I want to start a family or not, if that's something that's not in the like, these are all things that like matter, right? And it's like a really complicated, complex process of you discussing it with the other person. You know, it's like you figuring it out and communicating these things. It's not like you walk into a room, start kissing another fucking person, and then they're like, I'm non-binary. That doesn't happen. That doesn't happen. You're like imagining a scenario. Oh my
That
god.
what pansexuals think bisexuals do? Just asking.
What is this? What is this, dude? What do you just you it sounds like you have tons of gay friends or LGBTQ friends. Have you ever thought of like discerning like what their opinions are on this before going and doing this?
Now let's talk about race. I just want you guys to know.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. This guy is political in like the terminally online Twitter way, right? He's like, I don't have any opinions on economics. And then he has like another one where he's like this guy has no opinion on foreign policy, no idea what he should do for like, I don't know, domestic labor or the housing crisis or whatever fucking complicated topic. It's always like the easy like Twitter topics like race, gender, sex. You know, it's never like any real political topics. It's always like these like social issue ones.
That I'm a pretty accepting guy when it comes
they are real, but it's like the way he describes them.
to race. I like all races, even the bad ones.
No, I'm a pretty accepting person. I love all races, even the bad ones.
But in all seriousness, I know this is going to be the most controversial part of the video because I am a white cis robot. I feel a lot more comfortable talking about gender or sex than I do about race. Like when I was really into the anti-HJW community, a lot of them talked about feminism, but a lot of them also talked about BLM. And while I did bash feminism a whole lot, I mostly skipped over BLM.
Another diesel, yeah.
But before I can talk about my opinion on race, well, we have to define what race even is. A lot of people divide race through continents. Europe being the white continent, Africa being the black continent, Asia being the yellow continent.
Americans thinking everybody's either white and black and not understanding that there are other continents.
North America being the red continent, and South America being the brown continent.
South America, the brown continent. Oh.
And then there are those people.
Yeah. Somehow he has offended both all races and all racists.
People who think religion is a race, like Muslims or Jews. And then there are more questions, like people from India look way different from any other group of Asians, but are they Asian? They're in Asia, but then again, so is Russia. And just a couple hundred years ago, white people didn't see all white people as the same race. Back then, people said things like, ugh, God, I hate those Irish, always crossing our border, taking all the low
I really don't want a jar video on the Israeli-Palestine conflict.
jobs. We need to build a wall to keep them out. But hey, it could be worse.
Oh no, this is killing me.
They could be like those Vikings. God, for a group that comes from a quote-unquote religion of peace, they certainly commit a lot of war crimes.
Since them Vikings came over here, we've had over 40,000 cases of our women and girls being raped. How do you explain that then? And the fucking local council round here keeps trying to cover this whole
I don't understand what the base of this point is.
thing up so they don't appear racist. I'm fucking sick of it.
This guy got like all of his political philosophy through YouTube videos.
A question I like to ask people. 500 years ago, let's say you have an African guy, a European white guy, and a Native American from North America. So
3 racially diverse people were walking to a bar.
out of these 3 groups, which are the closest one DNA-wise or...
Yeah, African guy, dude. You might want to decide which nation he's coming from, because boy oh boy, do I got some conflicts to tell you about, buddy.
ancestry-wise, depending on what wording you want to use.
Jacob Black, the world's first black man.
Almost everyone I have asked actually says the Native American and the African. Want to hear some or ancestry-wise? Of these 3 groups, which are the closest one DNA-wise or ancestry-wise, depending on what wording you want to use? Almost everyone I have asked actually says the Native American and the African. Want to hear something interesting about that, though? Believe it or not, the African and the European are actually the 2 that are closer together, because they're both in the Old World. The Native American...
This guy just discovered 23andMe.
is literally on the other end of the planet compared to the other 2. People say there's absolutely no biological difference between the races. Then how do you explain how white people burn up in the sun?
Whoa, 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 whoa. Is this guy fucking stupid?
biological difference between the races, then Native American is literally on the other end of the planet compared to the other two.
Yeah, calling Africa a country is wild.
People say there's absolutely no biological difference between the races, then how do you explain how white people burn up in the sun faster than darker skinned people? And what about how—
That's melanin, dude. That's melanin. Okay? We humans develop adaptations based on our environment. Okay? And are you fucking kidding me? Melanin, motherfucker. That's why you don't have any melanin, because your ancestors came from a place that was not fucking as cloudy, or that was more fucking cloudy than the black people that were in a place that was more fucking sunny, so they adapted a darker skin tone to protect them from all the sun, motherfucker. Dude, I've never heard of a melanin truther, but this motherfucker doesn't understand the concept of it.
Right, I mean, it's objective that on average, Northern Europeans are bigger than other Europeans. Race is a hell of a lot more than just skin color, and I do think there are slight biological differences, but—
Bro doesn't understand what biological differences mean.
At the same time, it's nothing major. You can take two different breeds of tiger who look exactly the same, and they'll have more differences in their DNA than someone from the New World and someone from, I don't know, Australia? And I mean the native Australians. I also believe to a certain extent everybody has slight unconscious racial biases, so technically everybody is just a—
There was a study about that, and we need to get rid of that, and the way to do it is by not saying that being a melanin truther, which is the thing that I just came up with.
A little bit racist, in the same way everybody technically is a liar. Now, I have noticed that black people, and yes, I do prefer to use the term black people over African American because not all black people are from Africa, are a lot more different from other racial minorities in America.
Oh, Theos, this is getting really close to the sun, chat. Oh no.
Because not all black people are from Africa, are a lot more different from other racial minorities in America. Now, there are a few reasons for this, you know, slavery, but—
Okay, but that is—
Slavery has a lot more to do with how we look at race than you might think. Let's say there's a white guy who's fourth generation Irish. Well, he probably knows his ancestry dates back to Ireland, but black people in America were taken from, well, all over the continent. So it's a lot harder for them to connect with, you know, their people of origin. However, DNA testing is making this a lot easier as time goes on.
Dude, he really dislikes Irish people.
An Asian guy in America who has Korean parents know that his family origins date back to Korea. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that black people in America can't really trace their, you know, family origins in the same way other—
Yes, that's true. They can't trace their ancestry because of slavery, yes.
Minority groups can. Because of this, a lot of them have made a subculture within America.
Yeah, usually when you're segregated into ghettos, you tend to develop a culture separate to the overarching culture of the society you're in. Yes, yes. That is what happens when minorities get into groups and congregate. That's perfectly normal as an aspect of culture, yes.
Given their own unique accent, mostly—
Okay, all right. We're inching a little close to being racist. Okay.
Based off of the southern accent. A lot of people got upset with me when I said, guys, I'm not black. I don't even think I sound black. How did you come to that conclusion?
Because you keep commenting on race.
There were a few people who were like, what? Are you saying, oh, black people sound the same? Okay, you guys know what I fucking mean, Jesus Christ.
You can't— What does that mean? What does that mean? Because a motherfucker who's black and from Louisiana sounds different than a motherfucker who's born in New York and is from fucking New York.
Did this man think he found something new? He just discovered evolution and Darwinism. Bro
Dude.
is 220 years behind.
Wait until he finds out that we've sequenced the human genome. He's gonna be astounded.
Stop being so damn offended!
I mean, for the love of God, my black roommate sounds way more white than I do. When me and my roommate became friends, I'm not gonna lie, I thought he was a white guy and he thought I was black. And we used to troll people by asking, hey, which one of us do you think is black?
Not doing the I have a black friend offense.
They would always pick me. And I do want to share more of my thoughts on race, but honestly, I want
Please do share more of your thoughts on race.
to stop because race is a lot more of a hot button issue than gender or sexuality.
Those are as equally hot button.
The last thing I want to say about race is my whole opinion on BLM. Well,
oh my god. Diesel, how many microaggressions have you suffered so far? If you use the term microaggressions with me, I'll string you up by the rafters. Let's be real. Let's be real. These are macroaggressions.
well, BLM is not perfect and it has a few bad apples in it. I mostly agree with what they're trying.
Let me guess. We're gonna talk about the fucking Sean King and then the lady who like injected melanin in her skin.
Trying to achieve. I mean, the police, when you really get down to it, are a government monopoly. And when you tell the government, no matter what you do, you can't fail, we'll still pay taxes anyways, then you can't really be surprised when they
Diesel, can we get a Xiao Hong Shu? What did I just say something? Rachel Dozal, yeah.
fuck up over and over and over again. Am I saying we need private police officers? No, but I think it would be nice if we gave private security companies just a little bit more power.
That's an insanely insane take. That's an insane take. There is no fucking way that is a reasonable thing to say. All right, calm down, Saburo Arasaka. Let's put the fucking private military away, all right? Dude. We fought a corporate war over this jar. Rent your own cops to fight the police. Calm down, big boss.
I mean, if someone from Bald Eagle Security messes up, then the company has to, you know, change and fix what they're doing or they'll lose out on money.
Yeah, but the problem is that if you have enough money, you can pay their silence and have your fucking private police just whisk away anybody you don't like. Have you fucking cyberpunk media, motherfucker? Have you read a single one?
Now, being a police officer is a really hard job. Like, I see these people out here saying shit like, huh, the police are cowards. And I'm like, bitch, you don't have a job. You wouldn't be able to do half of what they do. I do.
Listen, you know, there was that whole school shooting where they didn't go in and stop the guy and they all just stood there and didn't do their job, which is doing exactly that thing to stop that guy. I'm just saying that they didn't, like, do their job. And that was annoying.
I think it's wrong that it's harder to become a soldier than it is to become a police officer, and we definitely need to change that. But if you're a police officer and you walk up to someone to give them a ticket and they pull out a gun and shoot you, then I can understand why a police officer might accidentally shoot someone. Not saying it's acceptable at all. I'm just saying
The civil rights icon, just a robot. Tyler, this is the funniest fucking political video I've ever seen.
Can understand.
Tyler, he wants private policing. He thinks private police are based.
Why being a police officer for even 1 year can really weigh on someone's mental health. And this is more of a problem in America than it is in, say, the UK.
It goes MLK, Malcolm X, then just a robot. Yep, in that order.
Because,
you know, he's the robot who sat on the back of the bus, you know? He realized that he needed to let Rosa Parks sit up at the front.
well, in America we have a lot more fucking guns.
Amazon Death Squad.
Me and most people in BLM disagree is that BLM thinks we should decrease the police budget, while I think we should increase it.
I think we should have private police, but also I think we should give the police more money. Pick a lane, bro.
The police equipment Give them more mini
Nah, he's the one who told Rosa Parks to sit in the back.
drones so they don't have to walk up to someone's car to give them a ticket.
Okay, if I get ticketed by an Amazon drone, I am gonna execute my Second Amendment rights.
They can just fly over a drone while sitting in the safety.
Get this clanker out of here.
Imagine a world where the police have to ticket you via drone
Of their car, greatly decreasing the chances of both them and the person they're giving a ticket to of getting
getting shot by a Glock-powered drone, dude.
shot. We should do more thorough background checks and give police officers more therapy. And we can afford this by just cutting back on the military budget just a little.
Oh my god, dude. This guy is such a fucking buffoon, dude.
Because holy shit, do we overfund the military way too much. And raising and lowering the police budget probably won't really affect
You
their
think that's crazy?
paychecks.
Wait until you find out about how much Medicare is fucked. I think we should stop paying for all this military and start paying for all this police. I mean, you know, it would be very helpful if the police were more militarized. The police. Tyler, don't bring up a really good point there.
It will just affect what equipment they use. And I think this is a good place to slide into my opinions on America. I do think America is the greatest country on Earth. It's the one superpower that's a first world country. We made it to the moon.
I got really bad news for you, Jar. There are other first world countries with pretty good militaries.
We beat both the Nazis and the...
Oh, you realize that we did that? That was like a group effort thing, World War II.
Communist. But at the same time...
And I mean, like, you know, the USSR is gone, but like Russia's still a little kooky.
Holy shit, America really needs to update their healthcare, education, police, and many other systems that they just seem to refuse to update. The war in Iraq was a stupid war that really didn't need to happen. And while America does set up...
Dude, this guy's getting into foreign policy. This is my autism, dude. Me and Jar stormed Normandy with Ronald McDonald and brought Sapiens to the French.
The military bases in a lot of countries, and a lot of countries don't like that. I guarantee you would rather have America be there than China or Russia. At least you get to enjoy your porn. As for the president, a lot of people...
This guy would say that.
People seem to think I hate Obama, and I don't. Yeah, I voted for Trump because I really hated Hillary. I was...
Dude, I don't even need to get his voting records, dude. He's giving it to us for free.
Pick Obama over Hillary and Trump over Hillary.
Dude, I bet you he voted for RFK this year, dude.
I think McCain would have made a fine
Bernie, bro, who voted for Trump. Many such cases.
president, but, you know, Obama also made a pretty fine president. I usually vote for the president who's most anti-establishment, and there's no one more...
That's not a good barrier for entry. This is why I'm not one of those YouTubers who's like, you should go out and vote, because if you are as illiterate as this motherfucker, you should not vote.
Pro-establishment than Hillary. And I do consider Obama to be the first black president. I see a lot of people saying he was the first interracial president, and well, yeah, he is technically interracial. So are most people who identify as black. Being the president is a really hard job. Look,
why are we talking about this?
Look at how much it aged Obama. Obama lost...
He was in office for 8 years. Yeah, a decade. That's a long time to be in office.
time and Trump gained mass. Have many presidents, if not all presidents, committed a few war crimes and done a few terrible things? Yeah. Yes. And a lot of people do see America as the bad guy. I just see America as the lesser of the three evils when you compare it to China and Russia. As for my thoughts on religion, I don't think it's inherently evil. Religion is...
Oh my god, dude. You gotta be kidding me, dude. This guy's running the motherfucking...
It's a tool, and like all tools, it can be used for good and bad. But I do think it needs to definitely be kept out of politics more. There's really nothing wrong with being progressive or wanting things to be a little bit more diverse. The problem is when people bring up things that people have done years ago and hold it against them and won't allow them to be redeemed.
Dude, is he talking about, is he like posting about his fucking, like, controversial history now? What is going on?
Way. Yes, my roommate really hates it when people say, "You're really articulate for a black man." But he doesn't think anyone who says that should have their life fucking ruined. Now, I do have a lot more I want to say about my thoughts on politics, but this video certainly is long enough already. But after this video, I'm not going to be uploading any more political videos on this channel. Go to my old channel if you want to see more political videos, because that's where I'm going to be uploading them from here on out. If you have any more questions for me, feel free to ask them in my comments section, and I'll do my best to answer them.
Jar say that? Jar was like, Professor Dreadlock is really educated for a black man. Oh my god. Oh shit. That was like straight shooting fucking adrenochrome, dude. What the fuck? Oh. Is there any proof Professor Dreadlock is real? I mean, yeah, otherwise how would Jar fall asleep? Dude, Cat, no, you're in the description. You're in the description. Oh no. God, this is so fucking funny. Where was his fucking other video? Is it on this channel? Dude, he's under 100K on here. It seems there's different types of centrists. Dude, it's like the same thing. It's not even like responding to the racism allegations again. It's 54 minutes long. Autism Army. Okay, we're clicking on that one. It's 8 minutes.
Come out of the closet. Alright, I think it's finally time I come out of the closet about something. I, just a robot, am a supremacist. An autistic supremacist, yeah! And to my fellow autists out
Oh my god, dude.
there, I think it's about time you stand up and join my new group, the Autist Army.
Oh my god.
Ever since I made my Is Autism Overpowered video, I came to realize, not only are we overpowered, we are the greatest
Dude, we need to get Bo Blacks and Just a Robot in the room together.
humans on Earth. Think about it. Almost every single invention was made by an autistic person. People like Albert Einstein.
Oh my god. This is like Reddit history revisionism, dude. Oh my god.
Autistic, Sir Isaac Newton was autistic. Even the greatest man today, Elon Musk, is autistic.
This guy is fucking great, dude. I love him.
Autistic. I myself was designed to include Asperger's syndrome into my programming.
Really, no fucking way. Dude, I got this person you should meet. Her name is Christine Weston Chandler.
As of course, my creators wanted me to be such a superior being. Now, to all of you neurotypicals out there, don't go away. You can still be honorary autist. Once
Least surprising jar lore.
we take over, we'll allow you to live. We just might not allow you to breed unless it's with an autistic female. Now,
That's a really weird thing to say.
now, to all of my friends, my confidants, my comrades watching, think about it. Don't we get the least amount of brownie points out of every minority group? Do people not like being called racist? Certainly. To a lesser extent, they also don't.
Is there one of Altus Jar team up? Well, they both enjoy a little shroom ayahuasca action, so you know we could make it happen.
Want to be called sexist or homophobic, but who gives a fuck if they're called ableist, am I right? What support groups do we have? Autism Speaks? An organization us ourselves hate?
I am autism. I work very quickly. I work faster than pediatric AIDS, cancer, and diabetes combined. And if you are happily married, I will make sure that your marriage fails. Your money will fall into my hands, and I will bankrupt you for my own
This is
self-gain.
a wild video from Autism Speaks.
We talk about how wrong it is to send homosexuals to pray away the gay camps. We talk about how wrong it is to give gays shock therapy and other things like that. But to our people nowadays, we're given shock therapy all around to make us less of who we are. We talk about how Black Lives Matter, but do autist lives matter?
This feels like a bit. This feels like Fed posting. This feels like Fed posting. I feel like he's trying to like do something here. What is it? This is a bit. When was this uploaded? Okay, I thought it was going to be April 1st.
I mean, after all, this shock therapy has killed several people, and a man responsible for the murder of 5 autists was only given 5
See, because he keeps putting things about Israel in here, man. I feel like he's trying to like Jewish question pill me.
years probation. Parents cry for their child once they discover they have autism as if they're dead to them. To the mothers and fathers watching this, why would you cry for your child being the next step in human evolution? We are specialists, designed for this world.
Dude, Bo Blacks has said these exact same things.
But your school systems are not designed for us. The world of working in a factory, a farm, and menial jobs are dying out. Specialist jobs, the new invention, is what we need. An autist can fill that role. We're less than 2% of the population, yet we're responsible for most inventions being made nowadays. Do not mourn for us, for we are great. We are mighty. We are the strong.
Jar and Bo Black should make an autistic ethno state.
We have had a half-black president. We almost had a female.
Well, okay, so he calls him interracial there, but he says he's not interracial in the other video. Because he said I almost said Bo Blama. I almost combined Bo Blacks and Obama.
President, and one of the candidates for the Democratic Party is openly gay. But we're all the openly autist presidents running for office. We are discriminated everywhere we go. The most hated man on the internet is autistic, and that
Thanks, Obama.
That man, woman now, is Christina Weston Chandler. In a more tolerant society, they would have gotten the help they desperately needed and become a great inventor. Spoken about for
I don't think Chris Chan would have ever become a great inventor. I think this was like destined. I've checked all the other dimensions and it's the same exact thing.
generations to come, but society twisted and warped them until they became a literal motherfucker.
This guy is a lolcow, dude. What is this? This guy is like giving all this like Chris Chan sympathy. This guy is a lolcow. That's a lolcow behavior thing, dude. Holy shit.
We are persecuted against because we are God's chosen people. This world should be a world of ideas and inventions and new ways of thinking, but you neurotypicals have turned it into a den of thieves. Jesus himself said that the meek shall inherit the earth. Well, what is more meek than an autist? In fact, Jesus himself was autistic. What is
Oh my god.
The Autist Army, what does it stand for? It stands for your right, as an autistic person, to live in society to your full potential. We are tired of waiting. We are tired of being discriminated against. We are tired of not being heard. Much like the Neanderthals were wiped out by modern man, it is our turn to take the throne as the rulers of this planet. For we are the next step in human evolution!
Instead of Homo sapiens, it's like Homo autistics. I don't know what like the Latin etymology there would be, but like Homo what? we're hetero sapiens.
After all, autism is a very broad spectrum, and what is evolution? Creating new branches for our species to follow. Our
Homo divergent.
traits are dominant, until everyone is a part of the new Autist Army. You hear that, neurotypicals? We're done with waiting. We are now taking over. To the neurotypicals who join us, you will be compensated for all your allyship. Become a AAA member, hashtag not sponsored, an Autist Army ally. It has been scientifically proven that we have higher empathy than the—
How did this guy get a career? How did this guy get a career? I don't know how this guy is able to maintain the channel that he has. Okay? I feel like he's literally held together by a bunch of popsicle sticks and chewed gum.
Asterati celebrates 10 months of membership. Jar is a new type of human. Call him Homo rejectus.
Homo rejectus, dude.
Typical. We will create fair forms of government.
The Homo rejectus, just a robot.
Fair forms of economic systems. But to reach this goal, we need to set aside our empathy for a moment and become warriors. Can you not hear our people screaming?
Oh my god, go play Hearts of Iron 4, motherfucker. The fact that there's a part 2 on this.
Autist Army.
Hey, was he coping with like an autism diagnosis or something with this? Like, what is going on, dude?
Welcome to episode 2 of the Autist Army. If you haven't seen part 1 yet, I would highly recommend checking it out before you continue watching this video. Anyways, in this episode, we're going to go over how we're going to create an ethno-state. Now, most ethno-states promise that
Now this, I think he's an expert in. This guy.
are going to be socialist or communist. And since us autists are more honest than a typical neurotypical, I'm just going to come right out and say it's going to be state capitalism. Because for some reason—
Of course you're going to have a state. Yes. In your make-believe autism ethno-state, you would make it state capitalism. Okay.
And every socialist or communist system seems to devolve into state capitalism. In this ethno-state—
interesting.
Because autistic people tend to get overstimulated very
I wonder who else was a very famous state capitalist ethno-state leader. Can we think of anybody who ran a ethno-state with like a fiscal policy of being a state capitalist?
The lights won't be that bright, and noise pollution will be taken a lot more seriously. Also, since we're trying to be more advanced, we're not going to use any physical money. Let's be honest here, physical money is dying out, and the presence of physical money causes inflation and deflation to be a lot more harder to control. Like all those rich people who have several bags of money that they hide to avoid paying their fair share of taxes. Our government will make sure that everybody has a phone, and they'll be a lot more durable than your average, neurotypical phone. Every phone will come with its own phone case, and we won't overcharge people to protect their—
let me guess. Will the trains run on time in this ethno-state jar? Interesting.
Dear precious phones. How are we going to afford this? Well, we have a lot more money since we're not spending so much of it on money printing machines. I used to think we had to get rid of the penny, but fuck that shit, we have to get rid of all physical money in general. Since autistic people get more easily stimulated by a lot of other things such as temperature, we're going to try to build this ethno-state somewhere close to San Diego. Because we're going to be in America, we're going to be surrounded—
You would say it would be in California, wouldn't you? Wouldn't have to travel far from your home, huh?
By enemies, so military service will be mandatory. We're going to do the whole North Korean thing.
Military service is going to be mandatory in your ethno-state. Interesting.
I know some of you are—
are you going to make the flag a really nice primary color, red perhaps? Maybe we'll simplify it. Get a nice little white circle in the middle. We might need like some design in the middle of that white circle though to help fill it out.
Thinking, an army full of autistic peoples doesn't sound like such the best idea ever. And while it would be absolutely hilarious to get autistic people to fight on the front lines and use their autistic screeching as a battle cry,
That's a puzzle piece.
I think we should focus our military autistic efforts more on strategy, drone development, and of course new weapons of mass destruction. Because we have so many specialists in our ethno-state, building new weapons of mass destruction should be a piece of cake.
That's interesting. There was another guy who also thought of a superior race that could create weapons, wonder weapons. You know, I don't know who this leader could be, but.
But we'll go over our military more in a different episode. For now, let's just focus on the ethno-state. As you guys know, autism is a very broad spectrum. There are autistic people who are absolute geniuses, and others who can barely function in normal society. Our school system will make sure that those with low skills will find, well, low-skill jobs, and those who are absolute
Imagine getting bombed by the autistic missile.
geniuses to be put into special courses and develop new ideas and inventions so our society can advance. But since our society is going to have more specialists and people who are all-arounders, we're going to get rid of the old, tired college system and replace it with more trade schools. I don't think I need to tell you guys just how good our train development program will be.
The trains are going to run on time. I was joking about that earlier, but it's nice for you to fulfill the joke I was making by actually just saying it.
Developing trains for a public transport system.
I think in your ethno-state, everyone should wear armbands. Could we do that as well? I think it would be really easy to help us organize the people if they had armbands.
System will of course be at the top of our priority list, because autistic people are great at working on trains, but because of their poorer than average motor skills, driving will of course be a luxury. But our focus on public transport will be so good, we're gonna make New York look like New Hampshire in comparison. So
New Hampshire. I think that this autistic nation should have the Roman salute, yeah.
Physical moneyless society with a big focus on public transport system certainly seems alright for our economy, but what are we gonna do socially? First of all, we're gonna have no form of systemic racism, because why would you
okay.
need to discriminate against someone with a different skin color than you when you can discriminate against someone with a different brain type than you? And by that, I mean we're only gonna discriminate against neurotypical.
I mean, Jar does Adderall. Funny Mustache Man did meth.
Of course, we're going to accept trans people into our society and military because trans.
You know, Funny Mustache Man has a lot of fans that are trans for some reason. Don't know how that happened. Just saying.
Trans people tend to be more autistic than cis people. You ever wonder why so many speedrunners are transitioning? That's why. Also, LGBT people tend to be good for a capitalist society.
Why is J-Reg in this?
The Roman salute is just a form of stimming.
Yeah, sure.
Oh my god, I changed my mind. We're not going to be state capitalist. We're going to be state pink capitalist. Forget hating on Nazis and communists. Our enemies are going to be Nazbols.
Hello.
Oh my god.
It is I, the Nazbol, culturally far right, economically far left. And who are you? Oh, hello, Nazbol. I'm pink capitalism, culturally far left, but economically far right. Wow, that is by far the worst shit I have ever seen.
Okay, we went over race and sexuality, but what about gender? Well, here's where things get a lot more complicated, because there's only about 1/5 of autistic women as there are autistic men. But the autistic trait is more dominant in females, so how do we go about this? Well, first let's talk about abortion. I'm going to take a neutral stance on abortion. And by that, I mean people are only going to be allowed to abort male fetuses.
Okay, why are you explaining that?
Because we're going to need to have a lot more females in our society. You know, when you get down to it, it's kind of like the opposite of the Chinese mandate. We'll probably...
Okay. Cook diesel. I need to get this motherfucker out of the kitchen.
We also really need to focus on developing artificial wombs for this society to work, so autistic scientists, get on that.
Okay, artificial wombs, okay. So autism breeding farms is definitely in the pipeline.
Well, I'm not the biggest fan of polyamory or polygamous relationships. We might have a few poly relationships at the start of our society. We'll also make it easier.
Sorry, autistic ladies, you're gonna need to be bumping uglies with like 4 or 5 guys. The state demands it.
For male neurotypical immigrants.
The state demands that you need to fuck 5 autistic men.
To come into our society. That way their offspring is much more likely to be autistic if they breed with an autistic female. So we won't have gender equality at first, but eventually we'll get there. We'll of course have a form of UBI, but we're gonna call it autistic bucks. And since autistic
bucks? Dude, this is I can't even. What the fuck do you say to this, dude? Holy shit.
People tend to be better accountants than neurotypical people. We don't have to worry about our economy fucking up too much. I'm sure our autistic society will be great with handling money. When you really get down to it, the economy is just one big puzzle with a lot of pieces that don't fit. And what's better at solving puzzles than an autistic person? Also, all drugs will be legal.
Yeah, yeah, the guy who uses drugs to get through making videos. I'm gonna make an ethno state and it's gonna have harems and meth for everyone.
Except for crocodile, of course. Because let's be honest here, banning things don't work, people are gonna do drugs anyways. And if we let the poor smoke a ton of weed, they're less likely to have offspring. More drugs means more medicine, and more
I don't know about that, man.
medicine means more medication. Medication that we need to help out our autistic citizens. As an autistic person, I know how hard it
Dude, this is a libertarian dream.
is to fall asleep without smoking some of that dope. You feeling anxious? Just have a little bit of that devil's cabbage. You have trouble getting up in the morning? Just sniff some of that angel dust. Also, if
You would say that, wouldn't you?
our ethno state is close to San Diego, we gotta do something to keep the drug cartel out. And let's be honest here, in autistic society, our animation programs are gonna be off the wall. We're gonna give South Korea some competition. And drugs make cartoons all the better. Plus, if people
This guy is absolutely fucking insane.
overdose or almost overdose or having any problems due to drugs, they'll be less scared to go to the doctor's office. And we can put a tax on drugs similar to how people in America put taxes on cigarettes and alcohol. That way we'll be able to raise money for our hospital systems. But to save money on our hospital systems, we're not going to have too many physical sports. I mean, let's be honest here, us autistic people don't exactly have the best motor skills. But that doesn't mean we're not going to have any sports at all. We're of course going to have e-sports, like StarCraft and other things. We're going to be so good at e-sports, we're going to give South Korea some competition. Now of course, to end this off, we're going to be talking about how we're going to hold our election systems. In order to run, every election cycle will come out with a new complex puzzle. And if you can solve it, then you can run for office. Every time we come down to a two-party system, we'll destroy those two parties and start all over again. That way, people will have the chance to vote for the things they actually give a shit about.
How the fuck would anybody ever get anything done in this society? Dude. Holy shit. The president of this nation is gonna be zooted out of his mind.
Always have to vote for the candidate they hate the least. Of course, things are prone to change. No society is perfect. We're always going to have to go through trial and error. But luckily, we already got a ton of funding, and in the next episode, I will be going over its construction, after we buy the plot of land, of course. But that's for part 3. Don't forget to do the salute I showed you. Autist Army! Autist Army! Autist Army!
Dude, he cannot give them a salute, dude. This is that is funny. He should do another one. Why did he stop? Why to come back? I wish there was a part 3. What does he have against Armored Skeptic? Armored Skeptic like lost his fucking mind, if you guys didn't know. He's like crazy now. Wow. I feel like I just like did some fucking drugs, dude. Oh my god. I really do feel like I just like one-shotted like pure internet autism, dude. Holy shit, what the fuck was that? Yeah, I was thinking I want to make that in Civilization. It's bedtime though, chat. It's bedtime. Wow. Wow. Good night, guys. I'm gonna go fucking do something not this.